Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is Season 4, and we are here today with a Destruction Derby. We have the Town Hall 9 Retro Cup. My name's Woody, and it's my great pleasure to return once again with two amazing co-casters. That's Eve Maxey and Eve Kala. Let's go to you first, Maxey. How are you feeling today, sir?
Thank you very much, Woody. I'm feeling great, and I am very excited about today's action because you know, guys, we've seen just a couple days ago, we've seen the best Town Hall 15 players, but well, today we'll rewind it back. We'll go back in time, into the past, into Town Hall 9. Yes, that's right, 6 Town Hall levels lower, but you bet that there is still esports at this exact Town Hall level. Kalle, I know that you loved Town Hall 9 back in the day. How excited are you about this tourney today?
Yeah, first of all, welcome everyone who's joining us for this evening here. It's Friday, a good time to start things off here to the weekend with a nice Town Hall Cup here. Town Hall 9 was a long time my favorite Town Hall, so yeah, Maxi, you and me, we had so many battles on Town Hall 9 back in the day, so I'm very happy that the ESL decided to bring back the Retro Cup here, and Town Hall 9 is the first one to kick things off. After only 5 days of rest, everyone is hopefully hyped for the next competition in this year's, or this season 4 Snapdragon Pro Series, and I cannot wait to start, Woody.
Neither can I. We got 5 days of rest from the last tournament, but the next one is going to be in another 7 days. So although you can't participate if you haven't already made it to this stage, the Town Hall 12 Retro Cup is going to be taking place next week. So take a look over at the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series webpage where you can get more information about signing up for that, getting your team involved. It's a 5v5 war zone, so make sure you bring 4 of your best squad mates to participate. But like we said, for today, it's going to be Town Hall 9. That means we're going old school with those Hog Riders, maybe a few Dragons in the mix. Could even bust out the La Loon or 2, but none of those fancy new ones. You guys are shaking your head like you've got something else in mind. What's the #1 meta army composition that you're expecting today?
Well, you're actually very right that Hog Riders would be quite popular if they were allowed. But this time around, as things were spiced up just a little bit, just like last season, we do not have the Hog Riders in the mix. Something else we don't have in the mix, one of Eric's favorite troops are witches. And then, Carlo, what is the last troop that players are not allowed to use?
It is the Dragon. Unfortunately, the Dragons are banned too, so the players are quite then they need to be more creative, I would say. So last time when we watched the Town Hall 9 Cup in Season 3, there were so many like P.E.K.K.A smashes. That is an option to get a fast 3-star in, or for sure the La Loon variations, so together with a Queen Charge or with a Hero Dive. So those strategies were the last time's heroes. So yeah, maybe let's check out the tournament format or the tournament breakdown first to get a view of how the teams qualified for this live show today.
Okay, we
need to wait with the graphic first, okay? So, but we can talk about that this format, like in the last week of the Town Hall 15 Cup, there were a double elimination bracket. This time it is a KO phase, Woody.
Right, you are. Knock him out. And thank you for the reminder on that, guys. It is Witches, Hog Riders, and Dragons banned from this event. As you go down in the Town Hall levels, the hit rates start to skyrocket. And so just to make sure that we had an opportunity for defenders to make a base that could stop something or the other, those 3 troops have been banned and will not be usable by offense today. But everything else is pretty much going to be staying the same, except that it's going to be a knockout round. We've got a $1,000 prize for the first place team to finish today, $500 for second place, and $250 for both of our semifinalists in addition to that. So a $2,000 prize pool for this event today, and lots more money to be handing out in the $25,000 total event for season 4. Another big event happening tomorrow. And then you can also, if you're interested in playing the current Town Hall level, look forward to the open ladder for season 4, which will have more Town Hall 15 action taking place in the weeks to come.
That's exactly right. So basically what we're doing with the first tournaments, they're just advertisements for the other tournaments to come. So if you guys are watching, you should definitely take it into consideration to sign up. Just take a look at the Snapdragon Pro Series website where you will find all the relevant information. But also make sure to follow us on our socials, join the Discord server. There are many channels, many ways to stay up to date. But okay, back to today. We have the 8 best teams from the it was actually a tournament breakdown, so no ladder phase or something, with the 8 best teams that made it into the quarterfinals, and we're going to be showing the first 2 quarterfinals today. Then we'll dive into the semifinals, and afterwards we'll show you the grand finals. So today you're going to be seeing who will be crowned the new Town Hall 9 champions. And when we took a look at the bracket, we already noticed a couple of familiar names from last time, but a team that unfortunately is not here today is Justice for Hawks. But Kalle, do you think that that the other teams will make the Justice for Hawks possible today?
Yeah, for sure. So here we are. The bracket is shown on the screen. We have 4 matchups in the quarterfinals. We will start off here live on stream with Vintage 9 against Sapne Esports. And yeah, Sapne Esports is a well-known team from the past tournaments here in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. So I'm curious if they can survive this time a bit longer. Last time, I guess it was they were finished in the quarterfinals or semifinals, not sure. But the next match is Midnight Madness against the Outsiders, Just Randoms against The Pain, and Obelisk against Massive Attack. And Massive Attack is also a known team for us. Yeah, since they are playing in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series for many seasons here, Woody.
And not was it just these teams competing in the Retro Cup #1. This bracket is a paring down of the 32 teams that started off in the single elimination bracket. So each of the squads that you see on that bracket just before were already victorious in 2 matches leading up to this one. So these are winners already, and not just winners, but double winners, looking to make it all the way to the very end today. They're going to have to be the best among a tight field. And we've got some exciting retro style action ahead. Unless you're a new player to Clash of Clans, then you might be a Town Hall 9 player yourself, get a chance to learn a few things and get ready for the big leagues to come. So I think we're ready with our next step now. We've talked about the bracket a little bit. What else do we have about the tournament to discuss, Maxi?
Yeah, I mean, I think you already talked about it, but let's take a look at the prize pool once again so we can see it white on blue, or blue on white this time around, how the prize money is distributed today. And as you said, exactly like that, all the teams that are in here today have already gained a part of the prize pool, $125, and the winner today will be crowned the champion and take home $1,000. So that's the lion's share of today's prize pool. Very impressive stuff here for today. So that's what the teams are fighting for today. But Kalle, what is going to be the first match that we're going to have our eyes on?
Yeah, it is, like I mentioned, it is Vintage 9 against Sapne Esports. And yeah, I told you that Sapne Esports is well known. They are here now in the final stage of this tournament and they want to win it all. But also Vintage 9 is a team which battled through the first day. So yeah, I don't know exactly on which team I would throw my money in. After that, yeah, we have the second quarterfinal we will show on stream. So it is Obelisk against Massive Attack. Those other both quarterfinals will be off stream. So yeah, we will tell you the scores after the first match for sure, if we know them already, Woody.
Well, sounds like a good plan. I know we've got our matches coming up very shortly, and that's exactly what the fans out there love to hear. They want to see the action starting. And so it's going to be Vintage 9 versus Sapne to start things off, with additional matches to be streamed later on. You did get a chance to see there on... Sorry about that. You did get a chance to see there on the bracket that we are going to be streaming all of the matches, because this is single elimination. There's not going to be a lower bracket of additional rounds that you won't get to watch. So all of the teams that are still in it will be going to the very end, and we're going to do our best to watch as many of them as possible. I think we get 2 of the quarterfinal matches, both of the semifinals and the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. So that should at least get the bulk of the end game competition still to show to all of you out there. But just those 2 off-stream matches in the middle for our quarters leading up to the big event later on, Maxi.
That's exactly right. But as Kalle said, the first match we're going to be seeing is Vintage 9 against Sapne Esports. And Sapne Esports we know from other competitions in the past, but they have scored very well today, having I think 2 times 14 stars. But on the other hand, Vintage 9 has went into this quarterfinal with 2 perfect wars. So at least on the offensive side, they have really shown what they got, which is why I would probably predict that they would have the upper hand. However, I want to add that Sapne Esports have always been known for their base building, and especially as a couple of troops are banned today, it is easier for the teams to expect certain entries into the base, certain strategies that are thrown at their layouts. So good base building can play an important role here because, as I said, there are very, very high scores here usually at Town Hall 9. And if you're able to defend just 1 or 2 attacks, you might already have a great shot at winning with your offensive power. What do you think, Kalle, who's going to win? Did that make sense what I said, or do you have other intel on that?
Yeah, for sure, it makes sense. I would like to remember the last tournament on Town Hall 9 were decided in the end in the finals on time, so it was a perfect tie in the end. So we need to take an eye onto those times of the attackers. So offense-wise, yeah, surely you want to triple, but at some point in this tournament you need to triple fast, and that is always something nice to watch for. And yeah, I know back in the days when we were playing on Town Hall 9, the time was not decisive, so we're happy if we triple. But at this stage here now in this tournament, the teams are at that high level of competition at Town Hall 9. They are giving it all and they are tripling every base, hopefully.
Yeah, the hit rates have been through the roof. I'm talking about like 70, 80, 90% for some of these teams. And many teams winning with 15-star perfect wars to advance onward. I think the lowest score that I saw for any team among the 32 that were entered into this bracket was a 12-star finish. So that's the bottom of the barrel, folks. We typically see 13, very often 14, and it's not a surprise at all to see perfect wars in these matchups, which makes the offense really exciting, gives us a lot to root for and cheer for in the final seconds of those hits. And like you said, if it does come down to one of those very narrow, difficult to predict wars where at the end the percentages are just like neck and neck, it could come down to total time spent in the attack as the final tiebreaker. So quick hits are very important. Don't want to lose out to a time fail if you can avoid it at all. And so that is going to be the name of the game today. It's just strike hard, strike fast, show no mercy.
Yeah, absolutely. But that also leads to a problem because you have to keep in mind that if you just go for a fast attack, usually the players cannot take the town hall too much into account. So if things go south, it can often happen that the town hall is remaining standing. And as you were talking about the scores, Woody, that the 12 was the lowest score we even saw today and yesterday combined. That means that if you have just one star, it can probably just lose you the game already because it's highly unlikely that your opponent failed 2 times or even more. So I think that should be very important as well. Especially if Hero Dive Lalo is once again a popular attack strategy this time around, because then the players usually look for the best value, and that's mostly around the Archer Queen, and maybe you want to take out a Wizard Tower or an Air Defense, create a little bit of pathing for your loots. So they have to look at just that, and not if the Town Hall is also in that area. So if this appears to be on the opposite side of the Town Hall, because the base builder intended it like that, the question is, do they take the risk of going in with their heroes on the opposite time and having to take out the Town Hall within the Lalo? Or do they go the safe way, having lower value with their heroes, but still getting the Town Hall out of the way? And that can lead to a 2-star because you don't get as much value, lower risk, lower reward. So that is always something that these players are taking into account. So yeah, I think that at least once today we'll have a 1-star deciding a match that we're streaming.
That is a possibility, yeah, indeed. And to explain you the Lalo attacks a bit more, for sure a base builder can bait you. So he's offering you a good entry, like Maxi mentioned, where you can get the CC out of the way. Maybe the Queen would, which is also always very helpful for your Lalo in the back end. But the base builder can defend the Lalo maybe. So your hounds are only tanking the way to the air defenses, and if the air defenses are spread around in a wide spread, in the center of the base, there could be a red mine farm, for example, or red mines can decide that your Lalo is thinning out, and in the end we saw them those attacks where it goes south in the last time very often. So yeah, maybe the base builders prepared for today very well, but I think we are now ready for the first match, Woody. It is Sapne Esports against Vintage 9. Maybe we can just give the audience our thoughts about who will win this one.
Well, I think I'm still also going to be leaning with Vintage 9. They're undefeated going into this stage, and with Perfect Ward start things out earlier in match 1, I think they've got a lot going for them over Sapne, which didn't quite perform as well. And, you know, it's going to be all about how they can get this execution right out of the gate, because we're already in it. And help me pronounce this name. I want to say it's Dragon.
Yeah,
Dr. Doom, maybe, of Sapne Esports. Starting off with some balloons up top. Lava Hounds as well will be soaking those shots from the air defenses, and he has already raged into the core. A defensive Dragon being used in the CC there to try to shut this attack down. But he's not worried at all about that first and second star. That Town Hall on the very edge on the outside is going to be an easy picking for that Archer Queen.
Wow, that was an incredible start here from Dragoon, I will guess. He started the Lalo before his Suicide Heroes dived in. So this is incredible fast attack here in the first attack of this tournament. He is crushing this enemy base within 1 minute and I guess like 5 seconds. Incredible stuff here by Dragoon. So yeah, he went into the base directly with his Lalo and killed this dragon in the CC with the poison and the pups. So that was a high risk but a high reward here. I think it was 1 minute and 8 seconds. Incredible stuff, Woody.
Well, I don't know what the point of a highlight reel is. We could just watch the entire attack again, because that was so quick. There was almost like blink and you missed it. I could have held my breath for the entirety of that attack. And that's the sort of thing that you can start to expect to see in these Town Hall 9 Retro Cup hits. There's just not as much base there. The defenses are not as hardy. You don't have a Town Hall shooting back. You don't have an Eagle Artillery. You don't even have Inferno Towers firing away. And so the whole attack will resolve itself very quickly. Balloons, of course, doing massive damage are going to be extremely effective in these sorts of environments. And just as you saw there, haste, rage, not even a dragon on defense can shut him down. What was the concern there, maybe about the CC? Did he have any worry about it at all? It seemed like he wasn't concerned about a dragon popping out of there at all, Kale.
Yeah, I think he went all in. So we saw he put down a poison spell. So this was on his hand. And yeah, like 4 lava hounds, I guess, there were on the field. Yeah, and I think he hoped that in the core, the loons will tank a bit, or the hounds will tank a bit for his loons and his pups in the back of them to kill the dragon. So yeah, it was unfortunately the dragon didn't survive, but at the long time in this raid he was alive. But in the poison spell he slowed down and he couldn't get that many shots onto those loons. And yeah, in the end this was overwhelming. So I guess full power from the beginning here from Sapne Esports. Yeah, well done.
All right, well, we're going to see the reaction soon from Vintage 9. That's going to be their opportunity to return fire and try to get another 3-star up on the board by themselves. Kale, are you going to expect to see a dominating Lavaloon presence today, or will there be some other troops that can crack into the meta here and give that a run for its money?
I think the Lavaloon attacks will be there for sure, and I think it will be most of the attacks will be Lavaloon. But for sure, there will be P.E.K.K.A smashes, and we saw last time some combinations of lightning spells in combination with hero dives or with the P.E.K.K.A smash. So that could be a possible too. So the ground matter isn't over, because especially the base builders, not always, but mostly want to defend the Lavaloon attacks. And you saw it, there were some air skeletons, some air traps in the core of the base. And if you go in with ground, you can avoid all those traps here. Yeah, but let's check out what Vintage 9 has done. Oh, and there are those Packers with 3 jump spells. VRB is trying to overwhelm this base this time, Woody.
Well, yeehaw, let's see how he does it. The 3 jumps are going to get him over the exterior compartments there and deep into the core of this base, but he's got to be very careful with the pathing. What he's going to start with here is a golem with that peck up on the top side to help provide some funneling with that wizard on the outer edge. And that will be an easy jump in there for him. VRB is going to have that other P.E.K.K.A. kind of at that 7 o'clock position, rotating clockwise to go help the rest of this main raid. He wants to keep these troops fairly clumped because that's going to minimize the incoming damage. As long as that golem can stay out in front and soak shots from those expos, he's going to be very happy about that as well. Dragon and a baby dragon popping out of the CC, and it's going to be a poison and the archer queen to help take them down with some wizards to provide some covering fire. The P.E.K.K.A.s don't seem to be having too much trouble, though, as they are spreading out just a little bit to avoid some of that incoming damage with a heal spell dropped now to keep them topped off, Kala.
It's looking okay, I guess, but now the troops are splitting up. The king is on the wall, trying to get back to the one P.E.K.K.A. in the upper compartment. The queen is going behind those 3 P.E.K.K.A.s to the south. And there we go, the last jump is on the field. Now the P.E.K.K.A.s are facing the enemy queen. It is looking okay, so those P.E.K.K.A.s are so tanky. There are some wizards in the mix. The queen is helping. Still, he got his her ability. And one skeleton spell in the back, maybe for cleanup or to distract the enemy king here. Yeah, there is the skeleton spell to distract the king, and it's looking decent here. VRB for Vintage 9 will surely get the triple, but if you watch the time clock running down, it is not as fast as the first attack of Sapne Esports. So now they are at 1 minute 40 for this attack here, but it is a 3-star. GG to VRB, Woody.
Victory for VRB. Take a look at the replay now as the town hall went down. CC troops were engaged, but plenty of firepower from those wizards and the archer queen knock them out of the sky. Poison also very effective at reducing the incoming damage. And as you saw VRB collapsing into the core of the base here with plenty of jump spells to get over those walls, he still had quite a nice spread. He had cleanup troops along the top side there. You see a P.E.K.K.A. and a wizard knocking away at some more defenses. Those wizards providing some really crucial ranged damage that can help the Barbarian King crash through some of those defenses, even when he's still stuck on walls. Archer Queen, of course, didn't have that same sort of problem. She's able to shoot over the walls and took out a lot of the bottom side of that base and left very little for cleanup at the end. But as you mentioned, Kala, that's a little bit of a slower attack. And as we see these bases start to crumble and crack in this Town Hall 9 Cup, very high hit rates, it becomes an issue for these ground attacks, which have to go over walls, hopping around to make sure that they can secure those 3-star strikes, but then ultimately wind up getting a little bit slowed down at the end. And I just cannot wait for our very first perfect v perfect war, where 2 teams get 15 stars, but the winner will be the one with the quicker attacks. That is going to be something that I really hope happens at some point, at least today, Kala.
Yeah, I hope so too. So that would be also, it's always the most fun here in this commentating tournaments if it is decided in the last seconds of those matches. Yeah, but I want to highlight, he analyzed this base because at Town Hall 9, the signature defense is the Expo. And at this base, he could really early in this hit take down both Expos at the same spot in the base. So yeah, he could funnel his Packers in and those heroes inside the core with his jump spells. And in the end, he decided where are the most troops and where can I use my last jump spell, and it was perfectly planned. Here we go, it is Blackbeard for Sapne Esports with the next attack, and there we go. The first lightning spells of this tournament today here, followed up by a hero dive here with his king, and I think the queen, yeah, there we go, into the core of the base. He still got 2 wall breakers to open up the next compartment, I guess. Oh, he dropped a hound from that position there. Okay, let's see. Maybe to soak up here some red mines, but the main Lalo push comes in from 12 to 2 o'clock, Woody.
Well, he is enjoying some double coverage from Lava Hounds up on the top side, as those balloons are still safe from Wizard Tower fire. They are just hasted and healed through the core of the base, but they cannot sustain those red air bombs. They are going to go down right there in the core, and it's going to be any skeletons that are going to be helping out on the defense. Skeletons plus Tesla traps that Blackbeard may not have been able to account for are now just annihilating his aerial army. The town hall is sure to go down as there's no more defenses left to protect it, but I don't know if the bottom section is going to get cleared out or not. There still is a Lava Hound that hasn't popped yet, so that's more good news for Blackbeard. As long as he can keep his balloons safe, he should be happy, but no more balloons. And he's really got to hope that the pups that are inside there are going to be enough to take down these pretty menacing aerial towers. He's got the Archer Queen to help out there as well, and she is getting some lock damage now. The Hound's about to pop, Kale.
Oh my god, this is a close one. And maybe the admin can zoom out. I think at 9 o'clock there was a troll Tesla, so we need to take a look at that. At this time here, the Queen with ability survived this hit here, and this was the securing factor here for Blackbeard, for Sapne Esports. And yes, there we go. I saw it correctly. There was a troll Tesla at 9 o'clock, and this cost him like 20 seconds, Woody.
You colored it. Troll Tesla in the left corner, denying a few seconds there for Blackbeard's offense. Might have also caused a little bit of a problem if he had decided to attack from that left corner, but it did not pop up until the end. Not something that he had to worry about or could even discover until that 51% damage mark gets reached. But Blackbeard with the Town Hall takedown, thanks to that early lightning spell strike, finishing off the enemy Archer Queen, and then following through with the Queen of his own, did secure the 3 stars, but a much more close attack than the ones we had seen past. The cleanup was starting to look a little bit dry there at the end, Kala.
Yeah, indeed, and this was caused by the core of the base. So he knew that in the core of the base there could be traps, there could be Teslas, and he brought a heal spell with him, but the heal spell wasn't able to recover those loons in time, and yeah, threw out those red mines in the core and those Tesla damages. Those loons died, and in the end only one Hound and the Queen finished off the base together with all those pups and minions. So GG to the attacker. It was totally built against those Lalo attacks, but he was able to triple. Not in that fast as his teammate in the first attack, but it was a triple, so all good.
Well, very well done. Pat yourself on the back. You still have got the 3-star streak going for both of these squads. A chance once again for Vintage 9 to try to keep things even keel with a strike of their own. I'm curious to see if they choose to join their foes in the skies and send in some balloons of their own, or if they're going to keep it back on the ground and keep on going with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack strat. It seemed like with that last Laloon strike, things got a little bit hairy in the end. So if we come down to time, it might go in favor of the Laloon players, whereas possibly if P.E.K.K.A. Smash is a reliable strat against what we had seen so far from Sapne, Vintage 9 might have a more robust approach, even if it is a bit slower. But nonetheless, they are going to be using 2 Lava Hounds on this 2-dozen balloon Laloon approach. Salvatore going to grab that Town Hall early out of the top corner here, sneaking past those defenses to take down the enemy Barbarian King. But this is a pretty tricky base to take down with Laloon. You see these air defenses are quite well spread out in kind of a rectangular fashion. The top left one there does get sniped by a wizard. Very good identification there for Salvatore. And the next one he's going to be able to get with his heroes up on the top, even is going to commit a giant to make sure that no problems at all could be caused by the defenses up in that corner. But Hounds are going to start popping there as they make their way through that left side. They take down 1 air defense, and the remaining troops are going to be stacking up right next to that poison as the CC troops are going to try to get a big chunk out of this offensive army, Kala.
That is looking perfect here. Also, those 2 poison spells are dealing the damage here onto the CC troops, some skeletons, skeleton traps, and the enemy Queen, which is got taken down by the skeletons. No! The Queen jumped outside of this compartment, and now in the core of the base there are those red mines here. And I think Salvatore is struggling here. The Queen gets damaged by the cannon. And in the core there is the Archer Tower left standing, which can snipe all those cleanup troops. It is looking not as a triple, Woody.
What a terrifying finish for Salvatore. Still just a couple of balloons, and the cleanup troops doing their best to get that percentage creeping a little bit higher and higher. Oh, the Archer Tower does go down, but that enemy Queen is just going to be too much for these troops to deal with. This looks like it might be a 98% 2-star, as I don't think they're going to be able to get all the way through this CC. She swats them down like they are flies. And the defenses for Sapne Esports have held. Salvatore will be rejected in his attempt to get the triple this time. One lone giant is still practicing his muscular thrusts against this wall, but I think that Salvatore knows when to call it quits, and that is going to be it.
What a pity. We see here in the highlights that he hero dived at the top of the base. The CC troops were at the bottom together with the queen, and he tried to kill all those with 2 poison spells. We see now that the dragons are flying together to the queen spot, and now the queen is jumping away from those skeleton spells, or from the skeleton spell. That is very unfortunate here for Salvatore. It was a well-planned hit, but in the end, you see it. Small things like the queen jumping out of this compartment can, throw all those hopes for this triple away. And in the end, the queen survived the hit and destroyed the dreams of Salvatore. And it is the first fail in this match here. So now we have 6 stars for Sapne Esports and 5 for Vintage 9. Oh, it's a rough start, but it's also a high percentage 2 stars. So if Sapne Esports will fail one of those 3 remaining hits, Vintage 9 can come back, Woody.
Yeah, this is not over by a long shot. Still with just 2% missing there. They are going to still give it their all for the remaining 3 attacks. But we are into the mid-war now, and we do have a leading team. And it was off the back of a defense against a Lava Hound strike that gave them that great position. It looked like he was focusing quite a bit on the air defenses in the early strike there, grabbing the Town Hall for the first star and knocking down a couple of air defenses. But the CC troops have just been so oppressive against these Laloon strikes, which cannot fight back against a dragon or baby dragon that are popping out of there. Moritz from Sapne Esports will be the next to move on in. He's got a wall break into this top right compartment here in this like tic-tac-toe shaped base. And with a golem to march through in the front and soak some shots, he's also got the CC pull coming out. It's going to be a Lava Hound to try to slow things down. Maybe a good prediction here from VRB to try to prevent Moritz from getting an easy, quick entry into this base. Nonetheless, he has taken out 1 air defense already. He's about to get the second one on that top left side. That'll really just leave that Archer Queen as a big sticking point for this attack. There's no headhunters that he can try to use to make a sneaky attack in on that Archer Queen, so he really does just have to rely on those pups while these poor Lava Hounds just take a massive boatload of damage, Alcala.
And the queen is another time jumping away. Those skeletons are now chasing the king, but they were supposed to kill the enemy queen, and she is gone like at Salvatore's hit. Sorry. Now Moritz is in danger here. He brought 2 heal spells, but he didn't have any loons with him now. So Moody, I think this could be the next fate in this match here.
I just saw that he dropped another Lava Hound, and I was wondering if he had played that by mistake. I guess he was expecting the Archer Queen, just as I was expecting, to take out that air defense at the 12 o'clock position. But the fact that she didn't really leaves a big hole in the space now. And wow, the Expo has defense over that Town Hall. Moritz might just have a 1-star against Vintage 9, and Sapne Esports, looking to take the lead, have just been knocked back home with a 1-star 64%, Kala.
That is insane. So as Maxi mentioned in the beginning of our stream here today, for sure you want to get those triples in, but as you see, there is an opportunity if you don't save the Town Hall that you get a 1-star. And this attack were totally going wrong here for Moritz. The beginning, the hero dive looked like I think he used his queen ability too early, or not on purpose, by a misclick maybe. And in the end, another queen is killing off all those loons here. What a pity for Moritz, and this is a big fail this time. So a 1-star is the worst you can get here in this format. So not good for Sapne Esports, and Vintage 9 is maybe back, Woody.
Yeah, what turned out to be bad news for Vintage 9 was just horrible news for Sapne, as now once again their attacks are just starting to falter in the mid-war. These players doing so well right off the bat, finding some easy bases that they feel like they are confident at taking down, and starting out with 4 3-star attacks. But now that we're in the mid-war, things are kind of slowing down a bit. We're starting to see the bases that were more difficult. Teams were giving their players a little bit more time to try to study these and come up with an attack strategy that could really crack through some difficult defenses. But with a 2-star and then now a 1-star, we're seeing that the base design at this Town Hall 9 level is starting to pick up pace a little bit and showing some strength after all. With these 3 troop bands that we have, there is still a little bit of space for creativity in base design, spreading out those air defenses and making sure that you have an Archer Queen and CC also separated. Makes it much more difficult for the attackers to take everything that they need in one fell swoop, and can sometimes result in, as we just saw, a 1-star defense. Very well done there to the base builder.
Yeah, for sure, and we see it. So most of those attacks are Lalos, and the builders are putting up some nice base layout here. So that is a nice scenery here, but PC is going in with the ground attack. So I want to say that we saw that many builders are building against air attacks with some air skeletons in the core, some red mines farms, Teslas in the core. So maybe Vintage 9 wants to try it with the ground attacks here. And yeah, he is going in directly nearby those heroes and the town hall. So he will get the 2-star for sure. But let's see if PC is getting this triple in here for Vintage 9, Woody.
PC moving into the top corner now, has dealt with the enemy king and queen. His own heroes are still looking fresh and ready for the fight as they are taking down that enemy CC Lava Hound. Jump spell has been deployed, and PC ought to be just about ready to thrust on inward now. The Peckers are going to be hopping over the walls. He is losing a little bit of steam early on, as those Expos have just been pounding away at him for a very long time. That centralized Expo still left standing. Those air defenses are at an interesting asymmetrical deployment here, but PC isn't too concerned about them not bringing very many aerial troops at all. Just one little balloon here up top to do a little bit of cleanup work. It's that Archer Queen that still really needs to get a lot of work done, and she's still in kind of an awkward position now, not joined with the rest of the troops in the core of the base. There's a lot of defenses that are still firing away, with balloons coming in now on the bottom side and a skeleton spell as well to try to distract this Expo. That might be enough to take it out. Those balloons are right on top, and they are dropping those bombs, Colin.
Wow, such a nice touch here to bring some additional loots. Yeah, he got it definitely. With the Queen ability, 2 Packers outside, there are skeletons in the base, which are, taking down the Builder Hut and the Sweeper. This is great. So PC decided to bring 4 additional loots here and 2 skeleton spells for the back of the base. So wherever his troops are not going for, he can use those skeletons to distract those buildings and take out those defenses with those loots. So great job here, and although it's not the best time, Vintage 9 knows if they triple, they are in front. 8 stars now for Vintage 9 and only 7 for Sapne Esports after 3 attacks, Woody.
Brilliantly done, and Vintage 9 are now going to be in a very strong, commanding 8 to 7 star lead with a solid percentage gain as well on top of that. 2 attacks left for these 2 teams, and it could really turn on a dime. So do not blink, because these are some really quick attacks and showing a lot of creativity in their use of those Town Hall 9 level spells to shut down defenses that could otherwise be causing some problems for them. I really love to see the fact that they actually are using those surgical skeleton spells rather than just trying to add another extra freeze in there or just kind of dump another haste. They really do show that a plan is in the works, even with what limited time they have to make one. A plan is being used here, and that's showing a lot of creativity, cleverness. You can imagine that the teams are coming together and giving each other tips on the bases as they try to figure out what attacks are going to be most effective against what's set up against them. And so far, Vintage 9, as predicted by your caster crew here, is in the driver's seat for this war, starting out on top. But why don't you take it away, as Froggy's going to be making the next move for Sapne Esports, Kale.
Yes, and we see another Lado attack by Sapne Esports, so they want to try it again here. At the entry of those heroes, there are some Teslas, there is a Lava Hound and some giant bombs here to prevent the wall break, but the wall break was successful. But the king is going to the outside, so he's not able to help out the queen going for this town hall and the expo and the enemy heroes, for example. We see in the bar at the bottom, he only got one poison spell with him, so he needs to kill the queen at some point of this attack. Oh, the red mine farm here, nearby the town hall. That is nice to know here for Froggy, because now hopefully his Lalo can get through this base here. He's starting from 9 o'clock, coming in from 7 o'clock. Let's check out if the queen can take down the enemy heroes here. I don't know exactly. The queen is now targeted by the enemy queen. And she is going for the Dark Elixir storage. Okay. But meanwhile,
going to lock onto balloons, and that is bad news for Froggy. He needs as much offense as possible to get through, and no! The queen is going to lose the duel to the defender, and she is just going to go on a rampage now, firing away at all these aerial troops. Pups do lock on to her, but that's going to be a little bit of an awkward positioning now, as Froggy needs to get to that right side corner, and he doesn't have anything else that he can commit to the attack. Still has a big old air defense plopped right down to the core of those defenses, and I do not think that the minions and pups are going to be enough to be able to break through that. As little splash as he would have left, none really, in fact, against these air troops, that air defense is just going to be popping off endlessly, taking them down one by one, Kale.
Yeah, indeed, that was unfortunate. In the beginning here, the Tesla farm took away the king here from the hero dive, and this was in the end the killer here for this attack. So what a pity here for Sapne Esports, and now, yeah, it is another fail here for Sapne, and they are only at 9 stars after 4 attacks, Woody.
They needed to be crisp, clean, and perfect after that 1-star miss, and with another failed hit here, Froggy from Sapne Esports getting just the 2-star against his opponents. That is going to be a big pickup for the defenders over at Vintage 9, holding court now, as they can see their foes are really struggling, bent at the knee and trying to stand back up. But Sapne is just running out of options. 1 attack left now, and with just 9 stars to their name against Vintage 9 holding 8 stars and still an additional attack over and above them. It's really looking like this is going to be a war that Vintage 9 would have to really terribly mess up to lose at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And we see that Vintage 9 is relying on those ground attacks here. Like we see the Lalo attacks by Sapne Esports, they are always not going decent, yeah, beyond the first attack, which was the fastest on this day just yet. But yeah, Vintage 9 is more solid, so they are relying on the ground attacks, and this is paying out for them now. So they are in a very good position to get to the semifinals now, because if they triple here in this next attack, they are up by 2 stars before the final attack happens. And this is at Town Hall 9, an insane amount of stars advantage here. So yeah, they will go for it all now and get the triple in. We saw time-wise they are not trying to get the fast attacks in, but the most solid attacks. So they want to make sure to get the 3-star, and Final is in here. Oh, and this time he's using the Lalo 2 4 lightning spells to take down some buildings here. Maybe he's going for an expo and a sweeper. No, okay, he don't have an earthquake with him. So there he goes with the zaps. Now queen trade for queen. Is she able to get the enemy queen? I think so. This is looking good, and now let's see where he's starting things off, Woody.
Tough question, but he does manage to pull it off. His own queen is going to be getting knocked down by just that archer tower, though. Unfortunate that that lava hound couldn't move in there a little bit sooner to provide some additional cover for her to get some more funneling down on that bottom left edge, or maybe even to just work on cleanup. But as we see now, another CC being deployed. It's going to be another lava hound blocking more shots. 3 lava hounds in total for Phenol over here. and still has got a big old enemy CC Dragon chipping away at his poor pups. The poison has dealt its damage though, and the Dragon does go down. Big hit there for Phenol as he tries to ensure these balloons can survive against a lot of aerial damage. That Wizard Tower is just going to be pounding away at them, but with the heal spell up, he is safe for landing. Pups are going to be popping out now as these Lava Hounds can withstand just barely a little bit more damage. Another one about to pop. There it goes. But one Lava Hound still standing. It looks to me like this base is absolutely crushed, Kale.
Yeah, insane job here. Phenol gets things done here. The last defenses are going down. Everywhere are pups and minions, so this is surely a triple here with a one hound still alive here, not pupped yet. He is tripling this base, and yeah, this is the 2-star advantage, and only one hit of each team is left here. So great job, Vintage 9 with a big advantage here after this hit. So great job, great base analyzation here. He saw in the core of the base there are wizard towers and those expos. There could be possible places for red mines, and he used the heal spell. So perfectly executed, Woody.
An 11-9 scoreline in Vintage 9's favor, and true to their name, they are experts at this Town Hall 9 game. Phenol here finishing off with still a swag archer left in the army camp that he had yet to deploy, and plenty of balloons and an intact Lava Hound. You know, sometimes the attackers will get lucky and a black bomb will explode the Lava Hound right before the cleanup starts, and they can get some pups to do some additional damage beyond what the Lava Hound himself would be able to do. But in this case, it wasn't even a concern at all. Phenol, with just overwhelming firepower, has really set ablaze this base and just once again given Vintage 9 an even stronger advantage now with 2 stars up going into the last round of attacks. The only thing that could even them up would be a 3-star strike from Sapne, followed by a 1-star miss by Vintage 9, but don't expect to see that happen at all. As long as Vintage could put 2 more on the board, they would win, and virtually any attack strategy can be retrofitted to guarantee 2 stars by just going all in against the Town Hall early. Am I right about that, Kale?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So yeah, Sapne Esports, they will try to triple because they are with their back to the wall, so they need the triple and to hope for a really good defense here in the end. But yeah, Vintage 9 showed us they are really solid. They are in the better shape at the moment. And yeah, we need to wait for the next attack to start here to know what is in the end needed here for Vintage 9 to get the victory. To mention it, after that we will see another quarterfinal. We can show, or we can tell you the scores of the other quarterfinals, and then after the second quarterfinal on stream, we are diving directly into the semifinals. And I think it is time for Sapne Esports to show up here with another Lalo attack. Sapne, I think it's turned around. It's Pastion, or Passion, is going in with a Zap Lalo attack here. A big hero dive into the base. He zapped out the core of the base to hoping that he can avoid some traps there. And directly he's going in with the Lalo troops hope for the best, Woody.
And not only did Bastion spell his name upside down, but it's also right to left. So very clever spelling there. Can he also show just as much cleverness in his attack style, though? Lots of balloons still clustered at the top side with the rage spell going down now to try to get them even faster onto the 2 remaining air defenses, which are going to be covered with a Lava Hound or 2, in fact, now to try to protect them. The balloons are not making quite as much of a beeline for the air defenses as Sapne's Bastion may have been hoping for, but nonetheless, this is a really well-aimed strike and lots of cleanup along the outer edges to help deal with it. Still just kind of the last thorn in his side is going to be these Teslas down here on the bottom right side of the map. The Lava Hound did not get out in front in time to soak the damage from those, and so they're really going to be zapping a lot of these balloons hard. One more Lava Hound pops, and the second one pops as well. And with that, and no more splash damage to worry about. It looks like Bastion will be able to clean up for that 3-star after all, and not the quickest attack that we've seen so far, but maybe one of the strongest ones that Sapne has put together in a while. So congratulations to Bastion on his 3-star strike against PC.
Yeah, Bastion, very well done here. Nice attack. and in the end an overwhelming one. So great job. They are showing that they can do it here. Maybe the bases of Vintage 9 were just too good here at this stage of the tournament. So they put up some bases against Lalo attacks, and most of the attacks of Sapne Esports were Lalo attacks. And in the end, they failed twice, and that was the end here for Sapne Esports. Maybe when if Vintage 9 can get the 2-star in the last attack, they will win this match. Sapne Esports is hoping for the 1-star, Woody.
Well, that's got to be a big, big hope, and I don't think that there's anything they can do at this point to change those chances. Vintage 9 look to take a victory lap now, as they just need to get that clean and easy 2-star strike to come over at a top with 13, but they could make it all the way up to 14. They've only missed 1 star so far this war, and we have seen perfect wars from them in the past. So look to see Vintage 9 going in to put their stamp on this war with a strong and decisive victory over Sapne. That's just going to be from their last attack. Only question on my mind is it going to be more La Loons, or are we going to go back to the ground for another pack of Smash? It seems those are the 2 attack styles that all the players have favored so far, and I'm not sure if we're going to see a third, because there's not quite as much troop diversity with those 3 bands in place, Kala.
Yeah, indeed. And I mentioned before that it possibly can also be a Queen Charge, but we didn't see a Queen Walk or a Queen Charge yet. So you can combine it with Lalo for sure, but also you can do a P.E.K.K.A Smash. Like back in the days, we were used to do it. But those teams are relying on those normal hero dives and massive Lalo or ground attacks here. But maybe the next teams, which we will show here on stream, can mix up those strategies a bit. But first we need to look up here if Vintage 9 can get the victory. Lucifer is in, and he's also doing a Lalo attack with a big golem, zapping away in the core 2 air defenses here. Nice one. But now he got only 3 spells left here for his hero dive and the Laloon, Woody.
Gomon top side's gonna be able to crack in with a clever wall break that crashes into a T section on that wall. Lucifer does get a very good position aiming for that Town Hall and also for that air defense over on the left corner there. He's got most of the air defenses covered now, so he's able to zap down a couple of them earlier on to take a big chunk out of the anti-air defenses for this base. Just 1 now left standing at that central 5 o'clock position now, and he's going to be going straight for it with the Lava Hound he just deployed. There's going to be another one now coming from the CC over in that bottom right section, and in total that's going to be 3 popped and going down. Enemy Archer Queen is going to be joined by a CC Baby Dragon trying to burst that bubble, but it is not popping very quickly at all. Lucifer is just overwhelming the defenses on the bottom section of the space, and as long as he can deal with that Archer Queen somehow, he should be in a good spot here. That enemy Baby Dragon is just proving to be a nuisance, though, and there's no pups left to deal with it. This is going to be an issue for Lucifer now, as he's going to have to require that last Lava Hound to pop before he can finally get enough pups to deal with it. No poison spell or anything else to add on to it. Fortunately for him, he does be able to punch through that enemy Archer Queen with a Barbarian King of his own, and at 2 stars, he's guaranteed victory. But how much more will it take to get the 3rd star confirmed, Colin?
Oh, it's a crazy baby dragon here. I think we didn't saw that many baby dragons surviving that long in COC in those tournaments here. Now it's finally dead. The queen and the king survived this hit here for Lucifer and are finishing the base here. Wow, what an intense final here. So Lucifer went in for the Town Hall kill directly with his hero dive, and in the end I think he will able to triple this base.
Oh.
Those barbarians will tank hopefully for those minions here, and those archers are joining, so it is the triple, and Vintage 9 is in the semifinals, beating Sapne Esports 14-12. So big GG to Vintage 9. They are showing off strong in the beginning of this tournament, and defeating Sapne Esports, Woody.
Sapne Esports will be eliminated now in the quarterfinals, and that leaves them with a $125 prize to split among their 5 members. But congratulations to Vintage 9, now clean and away into the semifinals with a 14-star performance over Sapne Esports, and finishing off in style as well with another close attack that nonetheless was able to close the gap there and get that triple. Here are your war results. With a 2-star advantage, Vintage 9 also came very close to getting a perfect war, just missing a couple of buildings in that third attack of theirs. Nonetheless, that is a lot to be proud of, and we are definitely going to see more of them later on in this tournament, as we will be watching both of our semifinal and grand final matches here after the next quarterfinal match, which will be coming up in just a moment, Kale. But any final thoughts before we wrap it on that last one?
Yeah, that was the first match we saw here for this tournament here. Town Hall 9 Retro Cup is on the way. We have our first semi-finalists. The other two matches which are off stream are not played yet, so we will inform you after the next semi-final, which we are showing on stream. So yeah, you see here the bracket. Oh no, we saw the first off-stream match is done, so the Pain won over Just Randoms. So Vintage 9, who won just a second ago against Sapne Esports, and the Pain are our first two semi-finalists. In the next match, which we will show here on stream, will be playing Obelisk against Massive Attacks, and this match will start in a few minutes. But first, let's take a break and yeah, remember those crazy attacks in the first match, and yeah, see you guys in 3 minutes.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. We are in the Retro Cup Town Hall 9 Finals with our final 8 teams. My name's Woody, and I'm back again now with Eve Maxi. Welcome to the stage again, sir. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. But yeah, on in the back of my room, I was watching you guys cast the first match, an insane one. Let's take a quick look again at the bracket as it is now unfolding. We had Vintage 9 versus Sapne Esports on stream, and guys, that was an amazing match, and I want to highlight once more the first attack from Dragoon over on Sapne Esports' side. A 1 minute and 9 second 3-star. That is the fastest 3-star we've ever seen in the Snapdragon Pro Series and Town Hall 9 Retro Cups. So congratulations to that. Unfortunately, his team was not able to take the victory, but we have to hand it to Vintage 9, who are consistently 3-starring all of their attacks, basically. I've checked the record. They have 15 stars, and now the 14 stars with the 98% fail. So they are very close to being perfect. So excited to see more of them later on. But for now, we're going to take a look at the 4th quarter final. Massive attack against Obelisk. And yeah, just before we dive into that, I want to show you, tell you the scores we had in the other matches. It was actually 3 times 15 stars and 1 times 14 stars. So incredible stuff here. As we go into this one, let's take a look at Massive Attack and Obelisk, both of which have a 14.5 or a 15-star average, Woody. So that is pretty incredible, but they're very even, you know. But in the last war you casted, that was the lowest score we saw in all of the matches. Do you think it has something to do with being on stream and maybe the pressure is higher for the players?
Possibly. I mean, you were saying that a 1-star is going to kill a war, and that is exactly what wound up happening in that last round. If that 1-star had been a 3-star strike, you would have had a very tight 14-star finish that I think still would have gone in Vintage 9's favor due to percentage, but it would have been a very, very close one. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I agree with you. I don't have that sort of on-screen or, you know, on-stage even performance anxiety that I know that some people get just because I haven't had that experience playing at that level. But I know that there is a lot more writing on the line when everyone's watching you. There's a lot of eyes, a lot of dollars on the line, and the pride of taking a victory in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's go ahead and read off the player list for Obelisk, though. We got Darsh, Vulankota, Skittle, Diablo Enigma, and Harsh lined up for Obelisk. That's a team that has a perfect lineup going into this war. They got 15 stars in their wars against Easy Money and against the Golden Birds. So Obelisk certainly a perfect contender so far, and we'll be looking to continue that. But Maxi, it looks like we are ready to jump in and see Diablo's first strike.
Yeah, we're already in, and it's exactly Obelisk's first player attacking now. And look at this, Woody. He's not waiting at all. Just like the first attack we saw from Dragon earlier, he starts the heroes and the lava loon at the same time. But unfortunately, the hero dive is not going according to plan, as it seems, because the king died off without being able to take out the enemy queen, and he just barely gets his queen ability on to take out the enemy queen. Now it's all about the loons finishing the space, but there's so much left. He's only got 1 more spell, and he needs to get into these point defenses. He decides to haste the loons that are in the core of the base, not the ones fighting against the sweeper. But Woody, it seems like it was the right choice.
Yeah, this space is totally crushed, and it's hard to call it as it's just all happening so quickly right in front of our eyes. We're trying to watch the queen. We're trying to watch the lava hounds pathing around. We're keeping an eye on those balloons and making sure that they've got enough spell support. But in this case, speed meant everything for Diablo. He just flattened this base in barely over a minute now. Still holding on to a swag poison that he could have used at some other point, maybe against the enemy queen, but he'll drop it right in the corner of the base to add a little bit of insult to injury for that poor defending barbarian king. The gold storage and mine goes down, and it's just one more little troll Tesla in the corner that's going to provide a few more seconds of slowing for Diablo.
Yeah, but as you said, an overwhelming 3-star. And looking at the attacks we've seen before, a little bit over 1 minute and 30 seconds is still a very fast strike. We see once again here the enemy queen that went out of the way of the heroes and started to shoot away at some of the balloons and cleanup troops from Diablo. But luckily his own queen went back to finish the enemy queen off. Otherwise, that might have posed a little bit of a threat to this successful attack. But in the end, he got the job done. And I think it's always very important to start off with a 3-star as you just gain the momentum for your team, put a little bit of pressure on your opponent. And that's exactly how you want to get out of the gates.
Well, very, very well done there. Nice strike. We'll take a look at the other team now as their lineup is now displayed here. It's Gigaboy, then SRV. We've got Rapid, ND07, and Bosef rounding out the massive attack lineup, trying to get those 3 stars secured as they had in previous matches as well. But I don't know how they're going to top that strike that we just saw from Obelisk. Diablo getting that hit done very, very quickly and showing that speed is of the essence here. Time is of the essence. Speed is of the essence too, because if you can get your troops deployed quickly and get the rage and the haste all down, you are able to concentrate that firepower and limit the threat posed by those defending air defenses, archer towers, wizard towers. They can only fire on so many things at once. And so if you just got a massive wave, I call it like a pancake splash, smacking the side of the base like that. But what it kind of foregoes in like tactical awareness, it like gains in just like that overwhelming, smashing, blasting, collapsing force.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely couldn't have said that any better. But it's good that you're talking about the speed, because in my opinion, it's not just having the use of the spells to make troops fast, but also the deployment. Now, let's take a look at that when Devil is attacking. See, he uses the spells and immediately deploys the king. And then I think he will be very quick in deploying the rest of the troops. In fact, he has already started to deploy a couple, a barbarian on the right side and a minion at the top side, to use the time that the king takes to get over to the left side, to get a couple of buildings already taken out, and also to funnel. But in the end, Woody, I would say that this attack will probably not be on the faster side, as it seems like a Devil is what is he doing with the wall breakers? I was gonna say he's trying to play it safe, but he waited. I don't know what did he do there, Woody? He sent in all the wall breakers to be killed off by the cannon, 4 of them, and now the king has to beat through the wall. But anyways, the Lalo has started and has to get through the base.
Yeah, that looked like a misplay if you ask me. He's got a lot on his mind, though. Most importantly, is focused on the Laloon deploy and ensuring that that enemy Archer Queen doesn't cause too much of a problem for him. CC doesn't seem to be kicking anything out, and so that's more good news for Devil, who just doesn't have to deal with anything so far. Completely aerial attack allows the pups and minions now to collapse back in on it and finish that CC off before it had a chance to send anything out, completely counterfeiting it. And as Devil moves again now on the last left side corner, he's got plenty troops to finish this off. With just a couple of Teslas popping up as a surprise, that is not going to be enough to eliminate the threat in their eyes.
Well, it's getting closer and closer, but in the end, I think he's going to be able to prevail. Yeah, it's a 3-star. You're definitely right there.
He gets the pop on the pups.
Yeah. And another attack where the attacker has a poison spell still in the back. He might just use it on the skellies. Yep, that's what he's doing. But in the end, a little bit over 2 minutes. So rather on the slower side of the attacks that we've seen. But on the other hand, we've seen just a 14-12 in the first war, Woody. So I think it's probably better to play it safe and end up with 15 stars rather than taking too much risk early on when it's not even set or for sure that the time will matter in the end.
It looked like an overkill demolition derby, and I just gotta kind of wonder what maybe could have been in that CC if Strip That Down had played his defenses a little bit differently. Could that have caused the attack to have a little bit more trouble? As it was, Devil didn't find anything at all in the CC that he had to worry about, just using only aerial troops on the bottom side. And ultimately, the pups and the minions that were able to get to the CC didn't have anything to face off against them. If there had been a dragon inside there, if there had been a baby dragon, that could have really caused a problem. What is the thinking when switching to an off-meta ground attacking only troop to try to slow down a push like this, Maxi?
I think it's mainly to stop the hero dive, and probably the base builder was not expecting a hero dive into the 12 o'clock side, rather somewhere around the clan castle. And then if a hound comes out, that denies the damage that the queen can usually do while the king is tanking for her, as she has to take a while to shoot away at that hound, and then when it pops, to take out the pups as well. So it really lowers the power of a hero dive very much, but it's a huge risk, as you just pointed out, because if an attacker chooses a different entry like this one, the clan castle troops will do nothing at all. And that might even, as you said, be the reason why this 3-star, because the Lalo thinned out very, very much until the very end of this attack, and it was just a couple of pups and the queen surviving. So with the different CC, things could have looked different.
Well, we won't play what ifs anymore. We'll move on to the next attack by Jin Mori of Obelisk now, fighting also under the banner as Darsh 43016. It's going to be an attack in the bottom corner to start things off with the CC deployed. It's going to be a golem crashing through with wall breakers as well to get into that bottom compartment, pull the CC out, take the town hall down, pull the enemy archer queen. There's a lot of work for those heroes to do, and that is going to be a lot of spell support too. To make sure that they get the job done. Wizards are going to be crashing on in, and finally the P.E.K.K.A is getting deployed as well for this massive smash attack, Maxi.
Yep, that's right. And so far, I think it's looking really good. He was able to take out a section of the base that was already trapped a lot there with giant bombs and the enemy queen and skellies, and especially the Teslas that Jin Mori is just taken care of. And now it's all about the push that he can get through the core. Unfortunately, there the Expo locks onto the queen. The king, neither the king nor the P.E.K.K.A are providing any tanking for her, so you might have to force the ability soon. Other than that, yeah, well, the tanking troops are thinning out a lot. I think he still has a chance, but this is definitely not looking 100% like a booster so far.
Yeah, a bit annoying that Archer Queen ability got forced by an Expo that was just barely still in range of her, but I guess it turned out for the best because it meant that the P.E.K.K.As and the Barbarian King still got even more shots. You could stay alive longer to push on through to the top side of this base. A couple of sneaky little goblins are going to be up there on the top side trying to get into that gold storage, but it's going to be the main bulk of that army still providing that cleanup at the end. P.E.K.K.A is chopping through walls like a hot knife through butter. And the last defenses have fallen, Maxi. Jin Mori claims the 3-star, and Obelisk will stand strong, keeping that pressure on against a massive attack team that can't build a base yet to keep them at bay.
That's right. I think I underestimated the tanking power of the P.E.K.K.As there a little bit towards the end of this attack, because in fact it didn't really look close then after all. I think once you get done with the beginning of the base, in the end there are just a couple of outside defenses, so there's not as much collective damage as in the core of the base. But I just got word that Urva, she also got a 1 minute 9 second attack in the Pain's first match that they won on time by 2 seconds on average. So the 1 minute and 9 seconds attack definitely came in handy in their match, but we're going to be taking a look at the Pain later on in our 4th match today in the 2nd semifinal, Woody. So I'm very excited to see how they are performing.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. They have already made it onto the semis, and we are finding them an opponent now. The bottom side of this bracket has got Obelisk facing off against Massive Attack. And on top of that, we already saw the Vintage 9 versus Sapne match. So that just leaves one more to look at. It was Midnight Madness versus The Outsider, according to the bracket that I've got here on Faceit.com. So keep an eye on the developing war schedule here, as we have one happening on screen and one happening off screen right now. But all the wars from the semifinals on will be broadcast for you all to enjoy. I hope that you're having a good time watching these Town Hall 9 matches, and make sure to follow and subscribe here if you want to continue to watch more Clash in action, because this is not the only war taking place in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. We've got this week the Town Hall 9 Retro Cup, but we've got a Town Hall 13 Retro, or excuse me, Town Hall 12 Retro Cup coming up next week, as well as another round of full Town Hall 12 action following an open ladder bracket with $25,000 total in prizing to go after. But let's take a look now at Bosov playing as In the Night for Massive Attack, moving back with another Lava Hound balloon army with a lightning strike in the top corner, Maxi.
Yeah, that's what he's doing here, and he's used a lot of zaps there. I think it was were 5 or 6 to be able to take out the enemy queen as well. However, if there's a section like that in the base where there is a air defense and a wizard tower, oh no, the king goes the wrong side. This is bad news. Okay, he comes back. As I was saying, if you have so many good value buildings clumped up, that usually means that the base builder is expecting this exact entry. So far it's looking good, and he's already taken out a lot of red air mines there with his initial balloon push, but he still has to get through the core. In my opinion though, it's looking very good, Woody, because he still has a heal spell to get through the core, and he won't even have to negate the damage that red mines do.
Just a little bit of an annoying air sweeper pushing those balloons back now without any haste or rage to get onto the target. They are taking an awfully long time, but at least they're getting healed up while they're going slow through that base. Meanwhile, the air sweeper on top side is not doing a whole lot at all, and In the Night has left that town hall for the very end of this raid, but it didn't matter at all. He is just going to crush it now as these Lava Hounds are going to spread out now and just deal massive damage all around the edges. Even still has his offensive Archer Queen taking a few pop shots at that enemy king before she finally does go down. Balloons and minions are going to get this work finished off for the 3-star, no doubt, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end, it was even a little bit like his Lalo was even a little bit too good, because as you can see, 2 Lava Hounds are still alive, and usually at some point within the attack you want them to die, because they will end up becoming 9 or 10 lava pups. They're then actually much quicker in cleaning up the remaining buildings of the base. So in the end, I didn't see the exact time, but it was around the 1 minute and 40, maybe 1 minute and 50 second attack. Also, the queen died there against the enemy king because it was just barely too late for the loons to finish off the enemy king. But yeah, I mean, in the end, a 3-star, an overwhelming 3-star, I should say, and a great plan. It was never really in doubt to be a triple, and I think that's still what matters most. And if you get 1 minute 50, 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40, that's the least important thing at this point in the match. Maybe towards the end, if you can do the calculation, take a look at the exact times that your opponent's 3-stars had, then you might take time into account. But I think at the beginning, it's more important to 3-star it all.
Well, 3-stars are definitely essential. Getting a few more seconds shaved off can definitely help you out a little bit if it does come down to the wire. But always take the safe play. I think you're right about that in the beginning, and try to play it quicker later on if you need to make up some time. But I mean, it goes without saying. It goes with saying. I'm going to repeat the fact that out of the past 2 wars that each of these 2 teams have fought, so that's 4 total wars between the 2 of them, there have been 3 perfect wars. So a 75% perfection rate among these squads. And on the one war that wasn't perfect, it was a 14-star strike. So very high probability that these strong offensive players are going to be able to at least put 1 perfect war on the board, and possibly 2 perfect wars, requiring that time tiebreaker. And Maxi, that is not a spot you want to take the loss at. If you get a perfect war, you feel like you should get the win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's an important point. What is that? Why is there a Tesla at the 3 o'clock side that is visible? I think we just went in a couple of seconds. Oh yeah, I think we went in a couple of seconds too late, and they probably put down a barbarian or an archer or something to check for Teslas there. But I mean, good call to realize that there is a Tesla there. I think he will probably deploy a P.E.K.K.A there soon, maybe. Otherwise, yeah, there goes the P.E.K.K.A. And then we have the next ground attack that needs to push through the base. And we know from the last Town Hall 9 Cups that the P.E.K.K.A attacks can actually be really fast as well, especially if you bring a lot of jump spells like Zagret is doing here from Obelisk. So let's see, there's already 50 seconds gone and not even half of the base, Woody.
But he was a little bit slow with that rage spell. I kind of wonder why he held on to it for so long. Skittle or Zagret from Obelisk is still pushing into the core of the base now with a big Lob Hound popping right over the middle as all the defenses are starting to fire away. Still an Expo was firing at that last P.E.K.K.A that I see over on the right side corner, but there's 2 more still up on the top, 3 more on the top side for cleanup. So it seems like Zagreb has really crushed the interior and is now just starting to collapse inward onto what little remains of the defenses for this base. I think a 3-star is all but guaranteed, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely going to be a 3-star here. The question is just how fast. Unfortunately, this archer tower is cannot reachable by any troops, so they have to go through walls on the left and the right side. But it's still a very solid attack. 1 minute and 48. So in my opinion, a great job. And I can also keep you guys at home updated on the time. As our production in the back is very busy in putting in the stats very quickly for us. At the moment, Obelisk have a 1 minute 42 second average on their 3-stars, while Massive Attack on their 2 triples have a 1 minute 55 second average. So that is already a 13-second spread, Woody. So at this point, if I were Obelisk, I would probably say, okay, maybe we have to be a little more aware of time, conscious of time, and try to make the attacks as quick as possible. And maybe even if it costs us a part of the attack that gives us a more certain 3-star. Because I mean, if they end up with 3 more 2-minute 3-stars, they might lose anyways because their opponent is so consistent so far.
Great point to be made there. You definitely cannot underestimate your opponents, especially with the consistency shown by the high-level teams that are making it now to the quarterfinals and vying for that semifinal spot. Perfection is the standard that has been set, and anything short of that leaves you open for a very embarrassing defeat here on the live screen as we get to watch them battle it out in real time. So excited to see how this war shifts now to the mid stage. Is there going to be, like we saw last time, a bit of a faltering in the positioning, the offense having a bit more trouble finding that easy entry point to get that guaranteed 3-star, or are they going to be able to keep up that previous high hit rate that has kept them in the running so far as two of the best teams? These, I mean, arguably by hit rate, are 2 of the best teams that are standing in this tournament. This may very well could have been a finals match, but we're getting the privilege of enjoying it as a quarterfinals performance.
Yeah, that's right. I think at this point it matters a lot what these teams have invested into their base building, into the defensive side, because yeah, as you said, they seem so strong into in the offense. They almost never miss. But maybe if they're able to get into the heads of their opponents, you know, and estimate beforehand what they will do, they can bait just the right approach. And I think that's more likely in Lava Lunatics. And as Light Yagami is bringing such an attack strategy, let's see if Obelisk were able to defend it this time around. The King nicely put in a little bit later, so he goes into this compartment for sure. And I already think that this is looking great. I didn't even see the Valkyries, Woody. What is this? That's amazing. That's kind of a little kill squad, as we used to call it. And he probably is going to rage the Valkyries as well, and then he's going to take out this whole section. Wow, that's incredible.
And they turned out to be very effective against those goblins on defense. Light Yagami took out his pen and wrote Wulan's name in that death book, in that death note, sorry. And that is going to be a very easy penetration to the left corner now that has taken out over a third of the base with that hero dive. Highly effective strategy for Light. An excellent penetration now into the core of the space. That geared up Archer Tower down, firing away at the Archer Queen, still was not going to be enough to shut her down. Another Expo is going to bite the dust now, as Light Yagami's forces are just really on a power trip, moving all the way to the top side now and looking guaranteed to get that 3-star, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. What a beautiful showing. I like that he's throwing down the Skelly spell as well. He has to deploy the cleanup quickly. I would already also deploy the archers on the top side, because, yeah, the time, once again, is the only factor that he can still have an influence on. Finally, he's deploying all of those troops, and I think the spread is really, really nice here for him. He needs a couple of balloons go to this dark barrack at the top side. That's what they do, and we end with a 1 minute 46, and that was pretty solid given that they had a 1 minute 55 average so far. Let's see how this 1 minute 47 attack actually plays into the average time. Okay, we have now a 10-second spread between both of the teams, but after 3 attacks in total, Woody, that means already a 30-second advantage for Obelisk. And yeah, let's see how the teams react to that.
Big advantage, 30 seconds to have to overcome with just 2 more attacks left. They would need 15-second pickups on the final 2 rounds. And so even if they just go toe-to-toe, it looks like Obelisk is going to be able to come in over the top. There would really need to be an impressive turnaround by Massive Attack, either on their defense or on the timing of their offense, getting those like minute and 15-second attacks in if they really want to step their speed up quite a bit. And that's the sort of thing that you would have to expect for them to do now at this point, because this is a team they're facing off against that has not missed yet. Obelisk has 2 perfect wars in a row, and they are looking to make it a 3rd. Can you imagine getting 15 3-stars in a row as an esports team? At Town Hall 15, that would be insane. At Town Hall 9, it's still extremely impressive. And we're looking to see now if Obelisk can keep that pressure up and make it out to the semifinals with that sort of performance.
Yeah, absolutely. What I think is that the main difference between both of the teams at the moment are the strategies. I feel like Obelisk has used more ground-based strategies, while Massive Attack was more looking into Lalo strategies. But then again, they spiced things up a little bit with this last attack with the kill squad, and I think it went amazing. We saw that so many troops survived, and the plan was actually a perfect fit for this exact base. So great base identification from them, and I just like to see a little bit more creative approaches that are a little bit, you know, off the usual. And it shows that the teams really have been practicing a lot at this Town Hall level, so that they know the strength, the power, the advantages and disadvantages of the troops, just like in this case, the Valkyries. But now it's Wulan's turn, Woody, and he's already starting with the heroes right off the bat.
Dive in the top corner is going to catch an enemy Tesla in that top compartment, trying to defend the Queen, but not going to be able to get that job done. Wulan punches through anyways, and we'll start to spread these balloons out, surgically dropped against specific point defenses. Lots of Lava Hounds are going to be collapsing into those 3 air defenses, all kind of in a line there. Interesting base design here from Toluene by Massive Attack is still nonetheless going to be having some difficulty at repelling the big old balloon parade out on the bottom side of this base. But the Hounds are popping, and there's a lot of air defense still left. 2 Wizard Towers on the top sides protected by a Tesla farm and air targeting Expos and 2 air sweepers. I don't know if this attack is going to be enough. What do you think, Maxi?
I think it can be. He's got a lot of spells. Like he'll already used them now. The Rage and the Heal provide a lot of power, but he has, he has to get through with the balloons. But yeah, I mean, I don't even have to talk anymore since he already got this base taken out. The Hound provided some nice tanking, and what I really liked is how he started early with the Lalo, so the Queen could actually survive. We can still see her on the left side of the base, and she makes an attack just a lot quicker because a level 30 Queen is so much faster at taking out buildings than these little lava pups are. And look at this, Obelisk are even setting their or like increasing their lead on the average time with this 1 minute and 30 second or 35 second strike.
Watch again the replay now as those 3 air defenses in a line along the bottom left side of the base are just obliterated, and Wulan pushes to the top with plenty of air support in the form of spells this time around. He is knocking those sweepers down and didn't have any difficulty at all with the wizard towers or the Tesla farm that popped up in the top corner. Might have been a scary thing to see as an attacker, for a Tesla farm to pop up at the very end when you barely have one lava hound left to protect those balloons. But he kept his cool and he kept on pushing through and just flattened those defenses once again. It is a perfect war so far from the two of these teams. 3 stars all around, and it's just a matter of time now. And it looks like, based on what you've said so far, Obelisk are in the lead in terms of the total amount of time that it's taken to take down these bases.
Yep, and as you calculated before, Massive Attack need to be 15 seconds faster per attack on average now for the final 2 attacks. And as Wulan just 3-starred in 1 minute and 35 to achieve this goal, Massive Attack would now need a 1 minute and 20-second 3-star. But like, they don't have to meet that exact time, but of course they now have to throw everything in to make this attack quick. There is still a slight chance that Obelisk might not be able to triple their last attack, but you can't really rely on that. So in my opinion, would be the right choice to take a little bit more of a risky approach, even if that means running into the risk of a 2-star or even a 1-star. At this point, this should be the goal for Massive Attack if they want to keep the chance of moving on to the semis.
They've got only one base left that could try to deny the 3-star strikes from Obelisk, and they haven't been able to get any success at that yet. So I think you're right, Maxi. The pressure is not just on, it is building up to maximum levels, and I don't know if they can withstand it. They've got 3-star hits of their own, but they have got to get those stars on board even faster. 1 minute and 20 seconds is going to be one of the fastest attacks that we've seen all day. Not quite the fastest. As you mentioned earlier, we saw a 1 minute and 9-second finish of a base. But the more these bases are spread out, the less likely it is that there's going to be an easy, quick answer to whatever they've set up. So Taluin now will be back on the attack. Gigaboy 88 has got a triple Lava Hound balloon army, zapping through a massive chunk of defenses over on the right side corner and getting that Barbarian King set up on the bottom side as well to provide some more funneling work for that Archer Queen. He's going to crack into that compartment and should be able to get the enemy heroes as well as that air defense. That still leaves 3 standing, Maxi, that he's going to have to deal with very quickly.
Yeah, but I like how we started the Lalo early. That's exactly what I was talking about. The only thing I would improve is using the lightning spells after deploying the heroes. But other than that, this attack is looking incredible so far. It's looking extremely fast. He should use the Skelly spell, in my opinion, to distract the Wizard Tower, but it's already too late. He can use it for cleanup. That's exactly the type of attack they need. Maybe put down the Skelly spell already somewhere. This is an insanely fast one. Even as the Queen ability, just use it, man. That can be their chance to get back into this match. Yeah, Skelly spell on the Town Hall would be my call now. Let's go Massive Attack. Great job from Taluin.
And 2 poison spells still waiting in the wings? He just absolutely crushed this base. Taluin had no problem at all finishing it off. And it was almost one of the fastest attacks that we've seen today. At looks like, okay, I think that was about 1 minute and maybe 17 seconds, if you can get the official word on what that was. Still a couple of seconds shorter than what we needed to put them back in the lead. But that, you are right, is showing the sort of strength, speed, and agility that Massive Attack is going to need to finish this one off with a possible win.
Yeah, and we actually, now we have a 3-second difference between both of the teams.
Wow.
That is insane. So 3 seconds, that means 12 seconds in one attack. As you can calculate by just multiplying 3 by 4, because it is a 3-second average, and we've seen 4 attacks. That means per attack 3 seconds, in total 12. So both teams know that they have to be insanely quick now, and that actually leaves us with the possibility that Obelisk might fail, because they have to take a risk themselves now, you know. And if you do that, then there's also the chance of not getting the 3-star.
Well, a scary spot to be in for sure. You know, Vintage want to hit this one. Excuse me. You know that regardless, this one has got to be one of the fastest attacks that Obelisk is going to be putting up to make sure that that time gap is still going to be in their favor. Obelisk have just got one more hit to finish this one off, and they kind of have this uncomfortable position now where they are going to be leading the last round of attacks. 3 stars all across the board so far, but the possibility of that perfect v perfect war is looking very, very likely now as the last round is about to close on out, with Obelisk needing a quick hit to maintain that time advantage, which is only at 3 seconds average per attack so far. You spread that out over 5 attacks, though, and that 12 total second advantage, 12 to, I guess, possibly up to 16 seconds, I don't want to be exact on that, is still quite an impressive lead in terms of time. Something that's going to be very difficult to come back from, but not entirely impossible. So Obelisk, keep your head on straight. Only one more attack left to go. Get that 3-star and don't dawdle at all, because that is the only thing that could really open you up to a massive attack from the other side.
Yeah, I quickly have to correct something. I just realized that there are also decimals in these times. So it's actually a 3.5 second difference, which means 14 seconds in total, not 12.
Right.
All right, with that in mind, let's take a look at the last attack from Obelisk, and it's another ground-based attack from Strip That Down here with 5 P.E.K.K.A.s coming in early with the heroes and the queen, or just the queen so far, and she's being tanked for by a skeleton spell that also helps take out the enemy king. Now finally he deploys the wall breakers, but they run into traps, and that can already cost him a lot of time because yeah, he needs to get through more walls later on in the attack, and the queen is losing her ability as well. Woody, he's already taken 30 seconds just to get into the base. Can this be the quick attack that they need? Now a hound even coming out. That's worst case.
Only a 14-second advantage for Obelisk, and with a lot of time getting chewed up with this ground-based P.E.K.K.A. smash strat, he is going to have to push through even harder and faster now.
Ooh.
2 skeleton spells ready to commit to try to keep this big push alive, but losing his archer queen was a big loss there. That's a lot of DPS that's going to be missing from this attack now. And I'm starting to wonder if this might not be a 3-star after all. A giant bomb explodes right in the face of those wizards, and that is another big letdown, as Harsh is just really suffering now against some tricky traps and difficult placement. He can't even hop over to the top walls anymore. He doesn't have any additional jump spells, and he's losing wizards frighteningly fast, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree, it's not looking great, but still I think it's going to be the 3-star. As we saw before, the P.E.K.K.A.s have incredible tanking power, and with the 2 Skelly spells, if he's able to tank the bomb tower, there's no more splash damage. He should be able to finish the base, but Woody, that timer is running lower and lower continuously. We're already at 1 minute 45. He has to get through 2 more walls at least. 3 more now that the Tesla is still up, and wow, that leaves the door open for massive attack for sure.
Might get fortunate with that wall and get that wizard to finish off that Tesla after all. Yeah, the wizards are going to be doing a little bit of work there, but still, yeah, has to get all the way in on that Dark Elixir storage. And with now over 2 minutes spent on this attack, this one attack has taken up almost the time of 2 attacks combined. Strip That Down has a 2 minute and it looked like 15-second overall time spent there. So as long as their foes can get an attack that 3 stars in less than 2 minutes, that should be enough for the win, Maxi.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I think. I'm trying. Yeah, I mean, I think it was 2 minutes and 15. So that means if Massive Attack can get a 3-star in under 2 minutes and 1 second, so 2 minutes or less, they will still win this. And what a catch up they have done if they are able to do that. But yeah, we saw that this attack also went close in even getting the 3-star. So I mean, the pressure is rising and rising apparently, and Massive Attack still have their last attacker. Usually the last base is the one that you struggled the most with in finding a plan. So who knows? Is the player not confident in the plan? Is he maybe a little bit nervous because of the pressure that lasts on his shoulders now? We have to wait and see, but you know, the mark is definitely clear.
Well, thanks to the magic of the API, we have easy access into knowing the exact number of milliseconds even that these players were taking on these attacks. And so we are able to nail that down for y'all. I see a total average time for Obelisk of 1 minute 47 seconds and 2 milliseconds on their attacks, as opposed to Massive Attack at the 1 minute 43 seconds and 8 milliseconds. So you are right, a 2 minutes or less attack. is surely going to be enough to secure victory, as long as it's also a 3-star by ND07 playing under the handle Dark Venom. But if it gets to be a 2 minute and 1, 2 minute and 2 seconds, we would have to really take out our calculators and do some quick maths to make sure that is all right. So let's see. Are we going to have a perfect v perfect war? Massive attack? It's all up to you.
Yeah, yeah, let's wait and see. Oh, the Black Mines are perfect against this Hound, but he's only sending in a couple of balloons from the bottom side because he already damaged that Expo. So he basically just needs one balloon to fall onto that Expo and he'll be able to take it down. But he's going all out here, Woody. I feel like this is either one of the fastest attacks we've seen all day, or it's going to be a fail. He needs to take out the enemy queen. He sent in the Skelly spell already and the poison spell. It's looking good, but there are also maybe some red mines in the core still. Just a couple of balloons making their way to the Expo. Does he have enough firepower to get through? That is the question now. The enemy queen is still alive. This is close, very close, Woody.
The heat is on. Enemy queen survives, and there's no more little cleanup troops to help deal with her on the top side of the base. It's going to be up to the attacking archer queen and maybe a couple of minions to take some pop shots in there. Enemy queen does go down, and I'm not seeing very many big defenses that can keep them away now. Just that air defense and a wizard tower on the top corner of the base to try to shoot away at these little flying gnats in the sky. Minions and those lava hounds are going to get some good work in there, but as soon as the archer pops in, skeleton trap to slow things down a little bit, but I think he's got 30 seconds left to finish this face off, and that should be easily done, Maxi.
Yeah, he still gets it. That's insane. 1 minute 34 seconds, and that will give them the edge in the average time. Wow, what a way to finish here from Dark Venom with the 3-star, but the base building from Obelisk was insane as well. They held down Dark Venom's Lalo, so the Lalo was not able to finish the base, but luckily the heroes of Dark Venom did, and that's a well-deserved victory for Massive Attack, who are able to overcome Obelisk. And just a quick addition, Woody, you said it before, Obelisk, they have had only perfect wars in this tournament, but still they're out of the competition because Massive Attack was faster.
A single elimination bracket against a team that has scored perfect wars so far. We have got to give commiserations to Obelisk, a squad that is surely one of the best Town Hall 9 attackers in the game. But you need to stand up a bigger base or hit even harder if you want to deny Massive Attack, a totally killer squad that comes through with a perfect war of their own. And even faster now, will be advancing all the way to the semifinals, Maxi.
Yeah, that's exactly where they ended up now, and there they will meet the Pain. And we said it before, the Pain also made it to the semifinals with a perfect war, but their opponents also had a perfect war. So we have two teams facing off against each other who won perfect wars on time. And the time they won with is 1 second apart, Woody. So that's going to be a very interesting match. But at the same time, we have to take a look. Yeah, have to take a look at the first semifinal, because we now know that Midnight Madness was actually able to win the other quarterfinals and will be facing off against Vintage 9 in our very next match.
Great matches ahead of us in the semifinals as we now are closing in on that big coveted first place prize of $1,000. $500 for second place, and already $250 earned by the teams that will become semifinalists by losing these next couple of rounds. I'm going to be hopping out for a little while as we've got a quick break before our next round of matches. But Maxi, I know you're going to hold the fort and ensure that the next round goes very, very well with Kala. I hope that you all are enjoying the show here, and make sure to drop a subscribe or follow to stay with all the action coming on up. And we will be back in just a few minutes with the next round of action in the Snapdragon Pro Series Retro Town Hall 9 Cup.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 Town Hall 9 Retro Cup number 1, and we just have 4 teams left. We are in the semifinals now, and I welcome back Eve Kalle, who's taken a little bit of a break, refreshed, and is now ready for some action, right?
Yeah, thank you, Maxi, for the warm welcome here. Back in action. What a match, Maxi. I watched it. I watched your stream, and it was incredibly close. It was a perfect tie. And yeah, as you mentioned, in the other semi-final off stream, there was a perfect tie too. Now we are going in the semi-finals, and yeah, in the first match, we saw that Vintage 9 with a stunning performance, 14 stars, 98% was the only fail of them. Won over Sapne Esports, and they are facing off against Midnight Madness, who also got the perfect war in the quarterfinals off stream. So it will be a hard match, Maxi.
Yeah, and not just in the quarterfinals, I rechecked their scores. In fact, Midnight Madness so far have only gotten perfect war. So in all 3 matches they fought in the Town Hall 9 Cup, they got the perfect war. While, as you said, Vintage 9, they ended up with 198% 2-star in their first match, but other than that, they have 3-starred all 14 attacks so far. So both of these teams going into the semifinal we're going to be showing now have gotten 29 out of 30 attacks 3 stars. An incredible hit rate, 90-something%. But they really have to get it on into this war now, because this is where it matters. We said it in the beginning. It's a best of 1 in each war. If you lose, you're out. So if they get this one fail they have every now and then, then it can hurt just a lot. So they have to keep the concentration level up, right?
Indeed, yeah, maybe we can have a look on those rosters in a second. What I saw in the stats is that Midnight Madness had a perfect war, but in the end I saw their time, and they took 2 minutes and 5 seconds in duration, so a bit slower than the other perfect wars we already saw. So that could be a hint that they are taking their time to triple those bases. And here are those guys, Midnight Madness. The lineup is here. Wenshop, Town Hall 9, Birdo 420, Zydizine, The Rock Town Hall 9, Jido 01 are those 5 players who are battling it out. And yeah, I think they are going for those triples, although they are maybe a bit time consuming, Maxi.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe, you know, they're just taking it slow and they'll grow faster and faster throughout their way in the bracket. But yeah, it's definitely a very good addition from you, and it's something we have to keep our eyes on. However, you know, they were successful in their previous matches. I don't know the exact scores that their opponents had in their other perfect wars, but we know that in their quarterfinals match, their opponent, the outsider, were only able to get 14 stars. So maybe they're just relying on their defense. But a team that do not want to give Midnight Madness any defenses are Vintage 9. And they're sending into the ring Salvatore, Depot 135, Sandy Viper, Phenol 9, and Frierensama. A very German sounding name, but I don't know where these guys are from actually. Do you have any idea, Kalle?
Yeah, when you started with Salvatore, I thought it would be like Spanish or an Italian guy maybe. Yeah, unfortunately Salvatore was the one guy who failed in the first match, so hopefully Salvatore can come back. So his plan was good, so it was OP. In the end, it was only a slither of unluck here in the end that the queen stepped outside the compartment where he put down his skeleton spell. So Salvatore will hopefully be tripling this time. And yeah, we talked about Midnight Madness. I didn't saw any hits of them yet, but I know them from last season's Town Hall 12 Cup where I participated. So they decided to kick things off at Town Hall 9 2, and there they go. Nam Nam is live here with the first attack, and it is a 6 Zap Lalo attack here. Let's check out where he will deploy his heroes. Oh, it is the same base that we saw before. That was the base which defended a 1-star here in the first match in the quarterfinals today. So there are Teslas to distract those heroes. This time the king is taking the correct path here. Now there is the wall breakers to come in. Looking decent so far. Another hound like last time is coming out to distract the queen a bit longer. And then he's going for this Lalo. Last time the king went outside, so he wasn't able to tank here for his queen. But now he's inside and can kill those heroes, Maxi. And now the Lalo is on the way.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if they also had the Tesla farm in this exact location.
Yes.
You know? Okay, they did.
Yes,
okay,
and the red ones too.
Interesting choice. Maybe Num or Midnight Madness, one of his teammates, checked out the other war that we streamed as well, and they knew that this entry could be successful. On the other hand, I feel like, as you said before, they are taking rather a slow approach. This is going to end up around 1 minute and 30, but still, he could have started the Lalo a lot earlier and thus started with an incredibly fast attack. I mean, I said 1 minute and 30, but there are still a couple of buildings where just a little bit of pups are shooting away at. He's going to finish at the bottom side of the screen. I don't see any Teslas, no, but it's going to be 1 minute and 36 seconds, and given their average of 2 minutes and 9 color, I think that was already an OP 3-star. And also, if we take a look at the other wars we've seen, we know that Massive Attack won with a 1 minute 41 average, so that was even faster than that. So definitely a great start here from Num.
That is for sure, and I need to correct me. This base didn't defend the 1-star, but it defended on 2 stars. So Froggy from Sapne Esports was the attacker here last time with the exact same plan. But after seeing those Teslas, the first attacker threw this attack away. But here at this time, Num got the triple and the perfect entry here for this style of attack. So big shout out here. Midnight Madness is showing off strong. And I just saw it in the last, in the quarterfinals of Midnight Madness. The fastest attack of this team was 1 minute 51. So this attack was already way faster than in their last matchup.
Yeah, do you have any idea if their opponents had the 2-star in the beginning of the war?
I don't know exactly. I cannot see it here in this document. So
okay.
Yeah, maybe it is possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a reason, you know, when you get the defense early on, then you'll be like, okay, guys, don't take any unnecessary risks anymore. Just do it so the probability of 3-starring is the highest. And then, for example, maybe they even did a queen charge Lalo. That was, I think, our favorite attack strategy at Town Hall 9. But I think the main reason why these teams don't do it is it usually lasts more than 2 minutes, you know, often even 2 minutes and 30 or more. So that is not the time that these teams are aiming for, as we saw in the wars before. We are finishing on averages of 1 minute 40, 1 minute 50, something like that. So if you do one Queen Charge Lalo, you will already have set a very low bar for your team. So that's why we don't see them at all. But who knows? Maybe we will have the pleasure of witnessing a Queen Charge later on. But for now, we see another ground attack. And like Kalle, this is such an amazing thing. I think this base looks incredible. And then we see 4 baby dragons. What's going to happen?
And 4 skeleton spells. Is he trying to snipe the CC? I don't think so. Maybe it is to distract in the end those buildings outside. Yeah, I think those 4 baby dragons are for cleanup reasons here. You see at 6 or 5 and 7 o'clock there are only archer towers outside the base. There we go, there's the first skeleton spell. The main push is coming in. The king is facing off against the enemy queen. One P.E.K.K.A is luring out many archers here in the center of the base. Some wizards are trying to help. There is a baby dragon, and now you see the case here. Oh, a black and white is killing the baby dragon. It was supposed to have the P.E.K.K.A killing the expo here. There is a jump spell to get at least one hero here, in this case the queen inside of the core. And it's looking okay, Maxi.
it's looking crushed. I think he should already deploy the 2 Skelly spells just to be quicker, because this is 100% going to be a 3-star, and it only, yeah, it's just the time matters now, and that's exactly what he's doing. Deploying the Baby Dragon, let's just put the Skelly on the somewhere, do it, VRB. That's an incredible attack, and honestly, this could have been even faster. This could have set a new record. And it's a 1 minute and 10. He misses it by 1 second, and I think he could have done it quicker. But great job.
Incredible, yeah, incredible. By the way, the fast attack here by Sapne Esports in the first match from Gum Gum, common name here, was 1 minute 9. Yeah, I see it. So incredible stuff here from those teams. Yeah, no, it says. Oh yeah, the in-game name is Dragoon. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the player name is Gum Gum, and the in-game name of his account is Dragoon. Correct. Yeah. So 1 minute 9, Maxi totally fine. Crazy stuff here to open up this semi-final, and yeah, we saw the prize pool is a good amount of money here on the line. So those guys want to go to the finals, and they are showing off strong, Maxi.
Yeah, I think it was a great base identification, to be honest, because he realized there are no walls he has to get through, so he can save wall breakers, he can save jump spells, and the Packers will just be a lot quicker as well, because they can get from building to building right away. And that's exactly what he made use of here in this attack, and I think he could have even left the jump spell out of his army composition, probably used some skellies in the core as well, but then again, you don't know if the defender puts Teslas in the core, and then if your troops have to get all the way into the core in the end to take out the Teslas because they killed the skelly traps, then the time would be like 2 minutes. So I think it was exactly the right choice. Everything, like almost everything about this attack was perfect, and it was great to enjoy it, but it also shows there is still potential for an even faster attack.
Yeah, that is true, and we talked about those Tesla farms or Tesla spots in those layouts. We saw already some core Tesla farms, some outside Tesla farms to distract heroes or hero dives to make the funnel even harder. But we only saw once in the first match Troll Tesla, and that could be a tiebreaker here in the end. So if you are not aware of those Troll Teslas, you can it can consume in the end 10-20 seconds from the attacker's time. So that could be an option too here, where the base builders can have an eye on. But it is time here for the second attack of Midnight Madness. The Rock is in, and we see again a P.E.K.K.A. attack here. This time he is using a big giant golem from his clan castle. Open up the walls with those wall breakers here now. There are Teslas directly in the beginning of this entry, so that is a smooth entry for sure here for the Rock. The king and the queen will get taken out here by 2 P.E.K.K.A.s and a wizard in the back. So it is going smoothly, Lexi.
I think we saw this base. I think it was the base that got attacked last by Sapne Esports.
Oh, true. Yeah,
also
true.
But the entry was just a little bit different, but also with P.E.K.K.A.s from the bottom side, and he lost his queen early on, the attacker from Sapne Esports. And this time around, as you said, it's looking a lot smoother, the Rock's entry here. He's got another jump that he can perfectly use to get into the very end of the base. And oh no, it wasn't a fail, right? This attack got 3-starred, but
yes,
very close, because the troops had to get through walls in the end. Is that right?
That is correct, yeah. I think it was in the end close, but he had the power to overwhelm those buildings. Yes, let's check out here. The last Packers at the top of the base are dying, but he still got 1 heal spell. I don't know exactly where he wants to use this one.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe for the queen. Yeah, there we go. The queen and the baby dragon are enjoying the heal spell here. Now the queen is getting using her ability, and I think it is going good here for the Rock. It is a triple in 1 minute and 39 seconds. So a decent one here for sure. Much more faster than their last attacks here in the last war. So they are stepping up their game, Maxi.
Yeah, for sure. 1 minute 40, or was it something? 1 minute 39? Yeah, 1 minute 40. Yeah. So they are way under their average they had in the other war. But then again, their opponents, Vintage 9, they've started in a crazy manner with the 1 minute and 10 3-star. But usually we just saw one of these crazy quick attacks per team. So we have to wait and see if Vintage 9 can keep that up, because just a single slip up can actually increase your average time by a lot, as we saw in the previous war when Obelisk was ahead by 30 seconds but lost pretty much all of that in the very last attack that they did. But it's very nice. I mean, I love to take a look at the time. The whole time the players have to take it into account with their planning. But and it's also you have to level the perfect balance between risk, reward, timing, and the certainty of 3-starring. Also the experience you have with certain troops. You know, if your team member says, oh, I know that a lava loon will work perfectly there, and you can just send the heroes later on, but this person that needs to attack is a ground attacker that has their most experience with P.E.K.K.A.s, then the question is, do I switch from that even though I might not have the routine to get it through if something goes wrong? And all of those considerations by the players play such an important role in the question of success in a match like that.
Yeah, that is totally true. And those teams, yeah, they try to perform as good as possible. But we need also to mention that this tournament only for Town Hall 9 is rare. So I think there are not that many leagues at the moment for Town Hall 9. So maybe those teams are getting within the tournament, in their flow, in their routine. So they will get better and better from round to round. And that is what we can see here. Midnight Madness is stepping up their game. Let's check out what is on their defense side here. Salvatore, there he is, the one who unfortunately failed in the first match, is now trying to get it back here in shape. So he's going in with a hero dive, king for 1 air defense compartment. The queen is going to the 5 o'clock direction. No wall breakers are there to open up the wall to get the expo maybe. And there is the Lalo starting from 2 Maxi.
It's looking good. I mean, nice Pixel King skin as well, but he just has to deploy the Skelly spells perfectly now. One is already taking care of the Queen. He has not brought a single rage spell, so he needs to use the haste spells later on in the attack against the sweepers, hopefully, and has to heal through the core of the base. But there are also a couple of wizard towers on the outside. Oh, nice use. Okay, nice use of the poison, I wanted to say, and then he even invests the heal spell there as well. Not sure if that was the right choice. Yeah, as there are still red mines. Go, no!
Oh, it is a close one, but I think it's looking decent here with those skeletons clearing this compartment there. The Hound and those loots are able to clear the last wizard tower, which the Queen missed here in the opener. So this should be the triple here for Salvatore. The Hound will pop soon here from the pubs, yeah. But the time is not ideal here for Salvatore. But it is, yeah, a better score than his last hit in the first match. So I think he is happy about... Oh yeah, the loots are going for it. The Hound is in front. Hopefully the Hound is low and pop for some nice fireworks here in the end for Salvatore.
Yeah, and that makes the attack even slower. Look at this. We are already at 2 minutes, or over 2 minutes, and that can even the score, I think. Okay, 2 minutes 6 seconds, something like that, and it's going to be very close between those two teams. But on the other hand, you know, the first attacker for Vintage 9 allowed Salvatore to have an attack like that. There we see the poison and the heal spell combination once again. I think that Salvatore thought, oh, I have found the spot where the defender put all of the traps, and that means Skellies and red mines, and that's why he used the heal spell. Maybe he even mistook the Skellies for red mines because they look very much alike, and that led to the wrong decision of using the heal there. But I mean, in the end, everything went well. He still had a lot of loons and a lot of cleanup still alive in the end. And let me check the score real quick. We have a 3.75 differential now between the teams. So it's very, very close.
Yeah, indeed, and that is what the Town Hall 9 tournament is all about in the end. It is a
wasn't
tie.
updated. It wasn't updated yet. We have an exact tie on time. Sorry.
1 minute and 38 seconds. Yeah, I just saw it too, Maxi. So both teams, although Vintage 9 in the first hit with 1 minute 10 had an insane fast hit here, both teams are now tied up here on time, and this is what we want to see here. We want really, really interesting matchups here, which are going down for the last hits, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's what we want to see, and that's what the teams are delivering. That's what Massive Attack and Obelisk have been delivering in the match before, and that's what now our both two teams, Midnight Madness and Vintage 9, are delivering as well. But in the last war, we were talking about the possibility of a single slip-up. And so far, these teams, their attacks have not really been close. So it looks like they have everything under control. But now, okay, I have to wait. I'm very interested in this one because I think this can be extremely quick. Because Venge is going in so early. He's doing everything perfect on the time thing. He's putting in the heroes first, then he does the zaps, and he's now already starting with the Lalo. Has to pop Queen ability. Hopefully, someone on voice tells him. Okay, no one tells him. Queen almost dies through the ability. That is not ideal, but now he has to get through the base, and he has no spell support color. That means you have to split or how do you say, spread out your troops even more to make sure that if you get hit by a red mine farm, it doesn't kill a whole lot of your troops.
That is correct, but first let's have a look at those two poisons which are should kill the dragon, and
he has to get into the core, into the expos for now. I'm not sure if we have lost color, but I think I will be told in just a second. The sweepers are still a nuisance here to Venge, in my opinion, because at this point they are blowing away these balloons before they can take out the expo. But at least now the Hounds gets in front and is tanking for the balloons, so now Venge is able to finish, and it's also looking very quick. I mean, the sweeper still has to go down, but we are around 1 minute and 30 seconds, and he's almost finished with the base.
I think so too. I hope, Maxi, you can hear me. I think yes. The stream could hear me the whole time, but I think my client here went down. But now here we are finally back together here in voice chat, so we can understand each other. So yeah, Venge was able to triple this base in style. Great kill of this clan castle here, although he didn't have that many spells for the Laloon. He was able to overcome this core here against the sweepers, against those expos. Great attack here, and the next triple for Midnight Madness. Yeah, and they are showing why they are here in the semifinals, Maxi.
Yeah, and it shows that the 2 minute and 5 second average in their one war does not resemble their skill in doing and pulling off fast attacks, because now they have had 3 attacks that were around the 1 minute and 40 mark, and it sets the bar high for a Vintage 9. As I said, most of the time we only saw one extremely fast attack. Now the second attack from Salvatore was more on the slow side with over 2 minutes. Now the tone has to be set by the third attacker for Vintage 9 if they can keep up with the consistent pace that Midnight Madness are showing with their 1 minute 30 something 3 stars.
Yeah, indeed, and I told you before that those Troll Tesla can get you really important seconds here on your side, and this is what's happened to Salvatore. So yeah, we need to check out whether Vintage 9 maybe go on voice now or have more spotters to check those corners for Troll Teslas to have some time advantage in the next attacks. Yeah, but Midnight Madness is surely showing here why they are here, and they are so consistent. So all the plans they played before here are so solid. So I couldn't find a weakness in the plans and execution. So yeah, they are definitely showing that they can perfect another time here in this tournament, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. They have not shown any weakness. About the Troll Teslas, we saw in one attack that the player looked for troll Teslas with some small troops like barbarians and archers. And actually that's something that I always did when I did Queen Charge Lalo attacks as well. Like basically in all the Lalo attacks I did, I brought 4 archers and I deployed them in all of the corners of the base. And for example, if you take a look at this base, the archers are not even wasted because they will be able to take out a building at 6 o'clock, at 3 o'clock and at 12 o'clock. So it can also increase or like decrease the time at the end of your attack. But for now, let's take a look at IPC's attack. Unfortunately, his king dies early, but he's able to take out the enemy queen. Now he pops his own queen ability, and I think he's got the value that he needed, but still kinda, I don't really know why these attackers wait so long with the Lalo. Like he had nothing to do except for using the queen ability, but he still waited 10 more seconds to start the Lalo. In my opinion, that at this level they should increase the speed even more. But yeah, let's see how he can get into the core of the space. He still has a heal spell that he needs to deploy perfectly.
Yeah, that is true, but he expected that there are Teslas in the core. A rage and heal spell combination is carrying him through the core, but yeah, he lost a lot of balloons, but in the end, yeah, like 9 balloons, no, 12 balloons are surviving here. So it is another crushing attack here by Vintage 9. Yeah, you mentioned it, he could save some seconds by starting his Lalo attack or his Laloon a bit earlier. But in the end, it is again a really quick attack here by PC. Within 1 minute and 31 seconds, he is able to kill this base of Venge from Midnight Madness. Really, really nice attack here and good analyzation of the base. So he came in like at the same time from 3 sides onto this base to push at least 2 groups of loons to the center of the base, where he used his large spells, the rage spell and the heal spell in combination to take out those Teslas, Expos, and yeah, to tank for those red mine farms.
Yeah, but I have to be honest, there are a couple of things that I don't understand about this attack. The first I already mentioned is the late Lalo. The second is he brought 4 archers and the barbarian and he never used them until the very end of the attack. He just deployed them in a corner. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just his standard army and he didn't change anything at all. Maybe he's in the cinema and just took a little break to do his attack. But I doubt that, as they are so far in the tournament and there are $1,000 on the line. So I don't really know if he forgot to use them or if he didn't have a plan, because in my opinion they would have been perfect for what I just described before the attack. Just put one in each corner, start your Lalo 10 seconds earlier, and you will have a bigger advantage for your team, because he ended up with a 1 minute and 31 second attack, which is absolutely solid, don't get me wrong, but the attack plan had the potential to be a 1 minute 20 second attack or even faster. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to see in the other attack, if the players really use all the potential that their plans have.
Yes, and not only to get a time advantage by finding those troll Teslas, but if there are no troll Teslas, you can easily increase the area where they are possible places for. So in this space type, you can see that because all of those air defenses are around the base, that in the center of the base there could be a possible Tesla farm, and this was the case. So by checking out the corners in the beginning of the hit, yeah, you can see whether there are troll Teslas, so you can use maybe your heal spell a bit earlier than only in the core, or use your rage spell where you need it. But if you see that there are no troll Teslas, you know it must be in the center of the base, and this was the case. But now Comet Town Hall 9 is in for Midnight Madness. It is another P.E.K.K.A attack here with 4 lightning spells, which he is using at the 12 o'clock compartment by clearing all 4 buildings there. Great job here, and now he has an easy funnel at 12 o'clock here, putting down some wizards, going in directly from 2 o'clock into this wizard compartment. Another 2 wall breakers. Oh, there were some mini bombs here to get the wall break fading, but now the walls are open and there the P.E.K.K.As go together with the king and the queen. 1 P.E.K.K.As outside, followed by wizards, and now the jump is connecting into the center of the base, Maxi.
Yeah, and look at this. Comet found a Tesla in the 12 o'clock compartment, and that could pose a big problem later on because he has nothing to get into that compartment. So that is something like a troll Tesla because he decided to use the Zaps there. Yeah, that will definitely slow down his attack. And in general, yeah, once again, I'm not a huge fan of the way he started here. He could have started the troops before he used the Zap spells because those were easy Zaps in the 12 o'clock corner. You just have to put them right in the center of all 4 defenses. But it seems like this exact attack strategy is defended by VRB, the giant bombs, 4 of them in the core of the base, or maybe it was bomb towers as well. And also the Tesla in the 12 o'clock compartment seem to be exactly against this approach. And we see that the timer is already on 1 minute and 30, so that means Midnight Madness, if they 3-star, will definitely be back on time. And he's not even sending the balloons onto the Tesla at 12 o'clock. Okay, but I think that's probably because at this point he's worrying more about 3-starring at all than about the time.
Yeah, that is true, but the sweeper is pointing in the direction where he deployed the loons. And I need to tell you guys, this is the base which defended the 1-star in the first matchup for Vintage 9. So Moritz of Sapne Esports 1-starred this base. And I think this could be here a 3-star for Comet, but the time is running lower and lower here. The Queen is at the wall, the Packers are tanking. They will have to open up the next wall here for the next compartment. 40 seconds. There are still 3 walls to go here, cause the Queen, yeah, they will target the wall here. And two storages here. Maxi, will this be enough?
I have no idea. Also, yes, I think so. The Packers are very fast at going through walls. The Queen is fast at dealing damage, and this is going to be a 3-star. But it is, I mean, it sounds so harsh, but it's the slowest 3-star we've seen all day.
Congratulations, Comet Town Hall 9 for the slowest 3-star. No, big GG, and is in the end the triple. So, and yeah, he delivered those 3 stars here. But time-wise, we need to check the document soon. Yeah, it is a bit a downgrade here for the time of Midnight Madness. They are currently on at 1 minute and 54 seconds. Yeah, and Vintage 9's time score is at the moment 1 minute 35. So at least 19 seconds in duration for Vintage 9 as an advantage.
Yeah, that is a huge setback on time, but on the other hand, Midnight Madness have one more 3-star. So Vintage 9, they first have the 3-star, then we can talk about the time. So that's one thing they have in the back and, you know, that they should concentrate on. However, as we talked about it before, Vintage 9 can now take less risk. They know that they are in the lead by far and they don't have to be as quick as possible. However, this attack strategy, the Lalo, the hero dive Lalo, is always a very risky one anyway. So I think he will just go pretty much all in here. And yeah, you said, oh, because the value of Final's Zap spells was incredible.
Yes, 2 expos and 2 sweepers are gone. So maybe there are some red mine spots here left. Yeah, there are the first red mines triggered by some pubs, so no worries here for Final.
At the 6 o'clock side.
Oh yeah,
the wizard towers.
Yes, and he will soak up all those red mines on his way to the air defense. Great job here by Final. So far it's looking great, Maxi.
Yeah, and it's looking fast as well. And notice how he uses his king early to do the king ability early to make sure he can do cleanup even faster. And he held onto a couple of balloons as well, so they can take out defenses on the outside. It's not going to be quite the 1 minute and 9 second record, but it's awfully close. This should be around 1 minute 20 or even less.
Yeah, and that gives a boost to the time of Vintage 9. Again, they are increasing their time here. And yeah, cause it is tied up on stars. Both teams are perfect until the last hit of their team. 12-12, but on time-wise, Vintage 9 is at 1 minute 31 and Midnight Madness at 1 minute 54. So 23 seconds in duration is the difference. And I think, yeah, if Vintage 9 is tripling the next attack or the last attack, they will win this match on time. So Midnight Madness in the next attack, they need the 3-star, and yeah, they need to hope for a defense at the last attack of Vintage 9.
Yeah, there's almost no chance. I say almost because 23 seconds times 4, that's 92 seconds. That's 1 minute and 32 seconds. So if they 3-star 1 minute 32 seconds faster, which is possible, remember, in this very war, we saw an attack that that had 2 minutes and 45 and an attack that had 1 minute and 10. So that is pretty much exactly what they needed now to still get the win on time. So it's not impossible, but it is highly unlikely because yeah, after the next attack from Midnight Madness, Vintage 9 will know exactly what time they need in their final attack, and I'm sure that they have a little bit of control over that. So yeah, we have to wait and see. The chance is still there. The chance, if they get both a 3-star, it's very theoretical, but there's also still the chance of defending a base 2 or 2-star, for example, right?
Yeah, for sure. We saw some upsets in the matches before, especially in the first match where we saw 3 fails in 10 attacks. So that is a possible outcome here of those attacks here, especially when you are going all in the end. Or maybe, yeah, you are surprised by some Tesla farms or stacked red mine areas. It can happen. So, yeah, we need to wait for the last attacks to happen. Midnight Madness is surely need the 3-star here in the next attack. So, the attacker, I don't know exactly who is left for this team, will go for 3 stars. And then, yeah, it is all about if Vintage 9 will triple in an okayish time or if they fail. So this will be in the end here, yeah, the problem we will need to get to know of. And Zydite Scene is in. It is an 8 plus an Earthquake attack here, 8 zaps and an Earthquake with 3 Hounds, 22 Loons and 10 Minions, Lexi.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's going for, but he's going for the quick attack for sure. I'm saying this as he's not using the... Okay. I don't know. But the queen is low, so that means she will go down very quickly. Okay, now he's finally putting out his queen. I think he's still doing great on time, but he has to start laloing. Okay, there he goes. Perfect, sending a couple more balloons so they can take out the expo, and I already say that this is a 3-star because the plan looks extremely good to me. However, the queen will die to the expo at some point, so he has to get into the expo with his heroes, and since nothing is coming out of the clan castle, he should use maybe the poison on the queen, unless his king pulls the CC troops. We have to wait and see, but I mean, it's looking decent.
Yes, but back end there is the Tesla farm, surrounded maybe by red mines. We didn't saw that many red mines yet, and he hasn't any spells left here for his Lalo. So there is a first red mine. Is there another one? I guess so. Oh, air skeletons? No red mines yet. So the expo is going down. The wizard tower is going down, and the Tesla should go down in 1 minute. And where is the last building? The Builder Hut. 1 minute 14, I guess. Wow, that was a quick one, Maxi.
Insane. Yeah, very quick, and that was very impressive to me. I mean, I said early on that it's looking good, but I wouldn't have thought that it is that quick, and something we don't notice. You know, at the start I always say, okay, you can do something this 2 seconds, 3 seconds faster, but something that we don't see while the attack is going on is the speed in which they are deploying the cleanup and the spells. So while the attack is going on, the player has to do so many things at the same time, and it seems like Zydite Scene has done that on point, finishing at 1 minute and 14, and that means we know the exact score that the other team needs, Vintage 9 need. 1 minute and 14 plus the 92 seconds I said before. So 1 minute 32 is 2 minutes 46. So that would mean
for the tie. Yeah. But for 2 minutes 45 for the win. So if the last attacker is Lucifer for Vintage 9, if he is tripling the last base with less than 2 minutes 46, then they will win this semi-final here. So Yeah, the pressure is on. It was an incredible fast attack. We saw that style of attack before. So deploying the heroes and directly starting the Lalo to crush all the base within seconds. 1 minute and 10 seconds or 14 seconds is incredible strong. If you are relying on those 3 minutes you have for the whole attack normally. So yeah, crushing attacks here. But yeah, now it is on the side of the Vintage 9 crew, so they can show that they are able to get to the finals, Maxi.
Yeah, and yeah, I really hope that my calculations were right, because I did not check them.
I think so.
In the table, but yeah, if they are, then 2 minutes 45, that is the exact mark. And I think the player has a lot of time to prepare, right? Because if the attack only takes 1 minute 14 seconds, that means there is so little time of the 3 minute attack window that you usually have used up, that it's going to be like even 3 or 4 minutes until the next attacker has to attack. But there we go, final attack, and it's Lucifer coming in, and this base looks very interesting, very dense core here, but Lucifer is starting very quickly. I think heroes down, zaps down, already a couple of funneling troops, and here we go.
Yes, nice here, nice entry. He's distracting the arch tower with the giant. Oh, there is a giant bomb nearby where he broke up the wall with his wall breakers. So easy, nice path here for the heroes to get into the base. There is the town hall. Nearby the clan castle, there are the troops. One dragon and a baby dragon, and also Lucifer is directly starting the La Luna attack here. His first hound soaks up 2 or 3 red mines. That is insanely good here for his Lalo attack. Only 1 red mine is hitting his balloons here. Now there is a Tesla farm in front of those enemy heroes. That can be an issue here, because he needs to kill the queen with a skeleton spell. So maybe this can be here, the heartbreaking in the end, but I think it's looking decent, Maxi.
It's looking so decent. It's looking like an absolute overkill here. He could even wait until the bomb tower was taken out to use the Skelly spell. He had a couple of balloons pathing to the core. He's got 2 hounds alive. And Vintage 9 show what they're made of with this beautiful 3-star. And this is not going to last any longer than like 1 minute and 40. It was quick, it was overwhelming, and it was the attack securing the final spot for a Vintage. They are our first finalist, but commiserations to Midnight Madness as well. Kaladev put up a great fight, especially that last attack being so quick was impressive. But in the end, at this level, you have to be both perfect in stars and speedy in time. Okay, there we go. Nice 3-star. We saw the replay. Very nice job. And there we have it. The war result 15-15. Perfect v perfect. The second match in a row, guys, that we cast that had a perfect v perfect match and or a result. And the next match is actually going to be between 2 teams that both had a perfect war in their quarters as well. But yeah, great stuff here. And once again, I mean, we know that Vintage 9 is the winner, but I'm going to tell you the average time. It's 1 minute and 33 seconds, while Midnight Madness had 1 minute and 46 seconds. So that is the 13-second differential, which is incredible, and which paved the way for Vintage 9 to the final.
Times now. Yeah, we saw today Vintage 9. I'm back, Maxi Low. I think I'm back now. Sorry for that. I don't know what happened, but we see Vintage 9 with a second win here in the semifinals, taking down Midnight Madness with a perfect tie. In the end, the time decided this war, and they are our first finalists here. In the second semi-final, we see the Pain coming from the off-stream match, facing off against Massive Attack, which we saw before here, taking down Obelisk. So this will be our next matchup, the Pain against Massive Attack. and one of those teams will be the opponent here for Vintage 9 in the grand final. Maxi, I'm glad to be back. Sorry for the inconvenience here. Your last words?
My last words, 1 minute 33 second average from Vintage 9. That was the fastest attack average we saw today. It was also faster than any attack average of a perfect war we saw in the Retro Cup number 2. I just checked my stats on that I had still written down. So it's definitely promising a lot for the final match. But after we get out of the break, we will see the second semifinals. 2 perfect teams, The Pain versus Massive Attack. So stay with us, and we will be back in 3 minutes.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
What an incredible finish there. Massive success and a huge dominating performance, really, in the end. The Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 continues now with our Town Hall 9 Retro Cup, and it's good to be back. My name's Woody, and I'm here casting once again with Yves Kale for our final semis match of the day. I should say our last semis match of the day, so that's not confusing. We have another semifinal match, and then the grand finals to follow up right after that. A $1,000 prize stands for the first place team to finish. Kale, what are your final thoughts from that last match? I know we lost your picture there for a little while, but you were with us through and through.
I could see it the whole time, so I was screaming, but yeah, unfortunately my technique wasn't on my side. But it was an incredible matchup, so 15 stars on both sides in the end. The time decided, and yeah, incredible good attacks here in this tournament. So these are the most valuable players here on Town Hall 9 at the moment. all of them are here because they deserved it. So we are in the semifinals. This is the second one upcoming now. We saw one of those teams which will play now in the quarterfinals live on stream. So Massive Attack had in the quarterfinals also a perfect war, like we just saw from the other teams. And they are facing off against the Pain, which had an off-stream perfect war too. So yeah, we can expect that there will be another crushing attacks here in this upcoming match, Woody.
Yeah, there will be blood. I mean, if the logo from Pain is anything to suggest it, there are going to be some huge offensive, strong, crushing blows. And I would not want to be a little archer tower sitting atop, an archer sitting atop that tower right now, because we have got massive lava loon strikes and big old P.E.K.K.A smashes that have been pulverizing defenses all night long. But let's take a look at the lineup for Pain and report. It's Saitama, Arpita, Urvashi, Abhai, and iDreamer7. Those 5 players represent the Pain, and we will be seeing them in their top performance level, ready to try to crush this Town Hall 9 Cup. Just a reminder to those of you out there who are just tuning in and learning a little bit more about this Town Hall 9 Cup, we have some special rules that ban a few particular troops, so you aren't going to see any dragons, hog riders, or witches in this upcoming war, but it is otherwise just going to be a standard 9 Town Hall level 5v5 matchup between these two top squads, duking it out for supremacy in this Retro Cup, Kale.
That is correct, and I think we are just starting the war here. So, the player for war is here in for the Pain to kick things off. So now it is another time a Lado attack without starting this parts one after one. So he's directly putting down his heroes and the Laloon at the same time to overwhelm this base completely. We need to figure out whether this attacker can get his Lalo troops into the core of the base. There we go. There are Expos and Teslas without any tank for the loons. The red mines can destroy them quickly. Only one loon splits up and he soaks up all the red mines. That is good for this attacker. But is it in the end enough here to triple this base, Woody?
Ooh, double splash damage as his loons are able to crash into 2 Teslas at once. He's losing them awfully fast, but still has a Lava Hound up. A little bit of bad news for his king, though. The enemy CC has emerged, and it's a Lava Hound that's going to be slowly picking away at his own Barbarian King. I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern, though. He's mostly just hoping for that Hound to pop, and it does. More good news now for war, but what? The Tesla just zapped it all down so quickly, Kale.
And that can, maybe it is a triple cause the king can survive, but the time is ticking low here. So maybe we need to check. The Tesla is shooting, and the Tesla is shooting the level 30 king. Really fast here. Oh, the wall got damaged
left,
before.
Though. He's gonna go down.
Oh my god, yeah, you are right.
Eliminated.
The
King is down for the count, and the Lava Hound is going to be distracting the pups and the archers on the offense now. There is no way for them to pop it and finish off for the 3-star. War has fallen, and Massive Attack will hold on to a massive defense now.
Oh my god, that is heartbreaking here for the first attacker of the Pain. They got here with a perfect war, and this player weren't able to triple in the first attack, the really first attack. So they are going into this semi-final with a big disadvantage here after the first attack. In the end, it were like 97%, although I see only 2 buildings left standing. Maybe there was another troll Tesla in this base, hidden in the corner. But this is a really big upset here for the Pain. And Massive Attacks can get the 3-star in the first attack and has the star advantage from the beginning of this war, Woody.
Missing now, not just on a big hit that they really needed, but also the first strike of this war. We have not seen a miss this early in a war at all so far today. and giving up that ground early on is going to make it very difficult for them to come back later on. The Pain have just felt some difficulty themselves with that first round strike coming just a little bit short. The balloon splitting gave them a little bit of hope as the bombs were getting negated, but Teslas are just impossible to predict, Kala, and he did his best, but in the end, he was just 3% short, and that's going to be a big sticking point for his squad now.
Yeah, for sure. And it's again an example for those bases of those base builders where the Laloon is defended. So in the core, where isn't any air defense, where a Hound can get targeted to. So all the red mines and the Teslas aren't getting triggered by those lava hounds. So the loons are soaking up those red mines, and in the end, yeah, they are going down quickly. And in the end, yeah, it was too. There were no loons alive in the end, and the king weren't able to go through the wall in time. So this is a massive defense here for massive attack. But now it is offense-wise the time for Tulun to kick things off here, and he's doing the Zap Laloon here, zapping away one Expo here. That is a nice value, also a sweeper. And then he's going in with his hero dive, starting the king and the queen from 7 o'clock and is walking up towards the enemy queen, I think.
Okay, a little bit of a slow start, no problem there, especially because Talyuin knows that his squad was not able to only just get a perfect war in their previous match, but they also won the tiebreaker in terms of overall time spent. So he's not going to be too aggressive in trying to finish this one off quickly. Rather will instead slow things down and make sure that every precision point entry for this Laloon push is going to be absolutely perfect. And here it comes. The CC does get pulled. A bit unfortunate there for Talyuin. Now that Baby Dragon on offense is going to get stuck on that Lava Hound. But it does mean that Talyuin doesn't have to worry about that distracting the troops out on the right side. He's got quite a few helpers out there to try to take down that Barbarian King and ensure that the Queen can stay alive and keep pushing on in. The Lava Hounds are looking a bit short, though, on offense. He's just holding on to 3 more balloons, but they're collapsing into the core of the space, and it looks like it's a crushing victory for Talyuin.
Wow, that is amazing. And he still got those 2 poison spells for the case that there is a dragon inside the clan castle. He brought 2 of them, but he don't need them at all. He's using them to kill those pups from the Lava Hound from the CC a bit quicker. But in the end, it is a triple here, but a slow one. So he will target the 2-minute mark for sure. His loons are crushing the town hall now, and it is 2 minutes and 1 second. The triple for Tulun, massive attack. Not only having a massive defense in the first attack, also in offense they are crushing. So big GG here, and shout out for this detailed, figured out plan here. So he executed it perfectly, and in the end it was a crushing 3-star.
Well, the Pain is not a team that has had solid, perfect success so far. They've won every war. Don't get me wrong, they are a squad to be reckoned with, but with 14-star victories over Town Hall 9 Global earlier on, they don't necessarily have that same sort of extreme presence that other teams that have been able to pick up 15-star victories all the way through can carry. And that seems to be the story that has been written so far, and that is continuing to be written so far in this war as well, with a 15-star performance in their previous 2 out of their 3 wars. Massive Attack has got a lot going for them to try to keep that round up. Actually, yeah, their last 2 of 2 wars were 15-star hits. So Massive Attack has been quite perfect recently and hasn't shown any cracks so far in their offense, Colin.
Yeah, totally true. And I mentioned it in the match before with Maxi. It can be possible that, because at the moment there aren't that many Town Hall 9 tournaments, that those teams are not in the flow. But they will get into from round to round in this tournament today, I think. And that is what we see here. Massive Attacks is pushing from round to round here. Now it is Anna Todd for the Pain with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash here. Double jump, 5 skeleton spells here with her or him. I don't know exactly, but yeah, he's going or she's going inside the base with the P.E.K.K.A.s and King and Queen. There is a Lava Hound inside the CC, but this is not a problem here. He brought one poison spell, and this is going, I think, okay. So he's looking good here. The first cannon spells are coming down the place, and all over the place there are troops to destroy this base, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, Anna's a lady's name, so I'll call it a she at this point. It's going to be an attack from her over on that right side corner, pushing into the Town Hall that claims the first star and the second to follow right after. Wizards are pulverizing that thing and knock it apart. Great blocking as well from that cannon as the P.E.K.K.A. is starting to round about down toward the bottom side of the base. We haven't even seen the Golem pop yet. Anna is pushing as hard as she can into this bottom section to just eliminate as many seconds as possible from this finish. Already knows that the pain is behind by a star, and that is going to be a big hill to overcome, but at least Anna has made another step in the right direction to make that happen, rectifying that previous mistake with a 3-star strike on that last round, and in pretty quick order too. Anna Todd bringing the total star count up for the pain to 5, while the Massive Attack squad will have an opportunity to respond shortly hereafter.
Yeah, it was a quick attack here. Although she was using the ground attack, P.E.K.K.A. And the hero dive, but she only took 1 minute and 70 seconds. That is incredible. I guess one of the fastest P.E.K.K.A. attacks we saw today. So yeah, big GG here for this attack. And yeah, they tried to get the pressure back on Massive Attack. So although the Pain had the 2-star in the beginning of this war, they don't want to give up here. They want to get to the into the finals here and increase the prize money for them. Yeah, but Massive Attack shows that they are in a strong shape, and I think the next attacker will kick things off shortly. Yeah, we saw that Massive Attacks only or just used the Laloon attacks the most. So maybe the Pain brought up some bases against those Lavaloon attacks. We will see, Woody. What are your thoughts? Do you think that the Pain bases can hold off those massive attacks?
No, not likely. I mean, Massive Attacks has done very, very well, and not only just shown that they can put up 15 stars, but that they can pivot against different base designs and still take successes early in wars, late in wars. They can slow their attacks down for precision strikes. They can speed things up when they need to get a win on the tiebreaker for time. Massive Attack certainly seems like a squad that can take it all the way to the finals. And if they get their win here and now, that is exactly what they will do, Kala.
Yeah, indeed. Crushing attacks. And that is what we want to see. Yeah, and to come back to my line that at the moment there aren't that many Town Hall 9 tournaments. It can means that those bases which the players prepared for today are not that well known. So maybe yeah, they get surprised by some base layouts. They don't know exactly how to start things off at some point of those or at some bases of those. So yeah, that can totally crush plans here from those clans. Maybe they will switch things up here and maybe change those base styles from war to war, or maybe to spice things up to put down some troll Teslas in the corners. But yeah, maybe let's check out the next attack here. Massive Attack in the night is in, and he is actually again using a Lalo attack here. This time 5 zap spells to zap down some buildings. Funneling off here at 9 o'clock. The hero dive is going directly in from 10:30. There goes the wall break. Yes, nice and clean. Tesla farm directly into in this first compartment. There are goblins and a big dragon in the enemy CC. That is good for his hero dive. So the queen will go through this dragon like a knife through butter, and hopefully gets the air defense and those Teslas and the expo when she is going inside. Yes, will she get down the expo? That would be huge for him. And she will get it, Woody. No, she won't. Oh my god.
You spoke too soon. balloon, Kala. She just missed it by one shot, and that's going to be a lot of damage going in against that Lava Hound that she won't be able to mitigate at all. In the Night is now pushing those hounds deep in, but really is just on the exterior at this point. One hound pops to the outer air defense, and they finally crushed that X-Boat with a rage spell to help those balloons out, but unfortunately catches an enemy skeleton trap as well as some Teslas in the top corner. And In the Night is having a lot of trouble cracking through this base now. These balloons are just evaporating, Kala. I don't even know if this is going to be a 2-star.
Yes, because there are air skeletons chasing those loons. And I don't know exactly, the town hall isn't protected at the moment for air troops.
If they get this air defense down, okay.
Yes. Oh, the air defense got down.
Now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's looking good now here, but it was a bit shaky because at the top of the base at 12 o'clock there was a Tesla or 2 Tesla and some red mines. So there, the loons which were supposed to take them out got taken out here. And in the end, it is a triple, but it was a closer one that we expected from the beginning. After he missed the Expo from the start, I think he was a bit shaky, but yeah, he got it done, and In the Night is able to get the second triple in here for a massive attack. Yeah, it isn't the best time here, but because they are 1-star up, it is not important yet. So big GG here In the Night with the triple, Woody.
Massive attack, keeping the pressure up now with 6 stars total on the first 2. And In the Night showing a lot of versatility and adaptability now as these traps start to spring up and deny easy access to the top corner. Just also as an Archer Queen falls against an Expo duel that really was, I think, highly designed, intended to crack through that top compartment. Maybe saving the Archer Queen ability could have given a little bit more push for that top side, but just trying to hold on to it as late as possible to prevent as much incoming damage is always that really difficult balancing act to make, especially when you're trying to refocus onto the next stage of the attack and your queen is kind of struggling with where she's at. Ultimately went for the best in the end, and In the Night does get the 3-star. But like you mentioned, we're starting to see some tougher bases that have denied that 3-star hit at the very beginning in our first attack, and now a base that very nearly holds on against a Laloon force that starts to just kind of wither away until finally the cleanup troops overcome the last remaining defenses, Kala.
Yeah, totally true. And we saw that massive attack. The last attack was a bit shaky, but it was a triple in the end. So I think the Pain sees, okay, they are not that confident anymore. Maybe we can get a defense in the next attacks. So let's give it all. And yeah, the next attacker is in for the Pain. It is another Zap Laloon attack. King is down, trying to get from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. The Queen will join him soon, I guess. He doesn't have any wall breakers with him. So I think he will suicide the Queen somewhere else. The King will beat the wall now, okay. And is going inside, but I don't think that he will get most likely. Okay, so he's deploying the Queen behind the King. The King was the wall breaker in this case. Unfortunately, there is a Hound coming out. Hopefully the Queen will take down the air defense. No! Oh! She will? No, she will not. Maybe the Hound will pop and will destroy his dreams from this air defense, cause the Tesla is shooting onto the Queen together with the cannon, and he needs to start the Lalo soon.
That was an extremely unfortunate Tesla deploy for Up High to have to deal with now, as the Devil's defenses now have just shocked through not only those heroes, but are also going to get some great value shooting away at balloons that are floating on in now with very little Lava Hound support. One of the Hounds has already popped now on offense. Another one popping up at the top side, and there's no more Hound coverage left at all. Still, Up High is committed to try to make this 3-star happen, and it's moving along this top side of the base now with the balloons having only one skeleton spell to support. The last poison is out, and we'll see the skeletons coming on in quickly, but lots of splash damage from that wizard tower. Another wizard tower still on the backside. We've got that Expo now engaged in the fight. This is going to be a really tight one to finish yet again, Kala.
Indeed, and Yeah, he's taking this Wizard Tower with 2 balloons dropping from the side, and now it's all about getting this X-Bow down here, and there are some loons taking him out. And this is a triple for sure, but the time is ticking for sure here. In the end, it will be a triple, but I don't know exactly if it is that fast here. Yeah, the Hound Pops, but I think there are enough troops from him to clear those pups. Yeah. All of them are gone, and now it's all about finishing off those last 3 buildings here, and it is a triple. The Pain is keeping the pressure on. Massive attacks here, although it is not the fastest attack here with 2 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock. But it is a triple, and this is what counts. 8 stars after 3 attacks for the Pain, Woody.
Very well done, Sapne, against another tricky base set up by Massive Attack. Now, the Pain will stay in this race with an 8-star total against Massive Attack's 6, ready to load another round into the chamber and fire away at the next base. Thanks, Sapne, responding very quickly to those Tesla traps popping up over in the right side corner, committing both heroes to that corner. Still not really getting as much value as I expect the plan had originally called for, but pushing through nonetheless and not getting phased in the face of that danger. Kyle, I think that there's a lot to be said for the Pain holding on and struggling, biting down and gritting their teeth as they know that there's still a war yet to be fought and potentially a defense yet to be gained against Massive Attack. They came close to holding off on the last round. Can they get a defense? Or is Massive Attack just going to continue these 3 stars like it's no problem at all?
Yeah, that is a question. And we just saw it is not only to get a perfect plan before the attack, but you need also to you need to be able to react to whatever happens during the attack. So if there are Teslas destroying your entry, disleading your troops to the outside of the base, for example, you need to be able to react, and this is what we just saw after his queen failed the corner hero dive where the air defense still stands. He started his Lalo there with only 1 hound and 3 loots, I guess, to take it out, to then start the pathing, the rest of the attack with better pathing. But it is time here for Light Yagami from a Massive Attack for the next one. Another Zap Lalun here, this time with a heal spell and 2 skeleton spells for the queen kill in the core, I guess. There is a giant golem in front of the queen, dropped at 12 o'clock to get into the base, surrounded by some wizards here, which are helping out. He still got 4 wall breakers left, so there are the first 2 opening up this section. So I think he's planning to break to the elixir storage in the core. No, okay. He wants to go to let her queen, his queen to the next compartment. There is the king, hopefully tanking after those golemites are down.
Yeah, the golem popping relatively early here, but giving lots of great cover for the heroes. Pops the queen ability, and that's going to cause that lava hound to refocus. Queen is still in range though and gets some great damage popping away against those pups. But the enemy queen now is hiding behind that wall and able to get lots of pop shots off against the attacking king, who's going to be forced down. Poison's going to help out Light's offensive queen a bit, but she's taking quite a bit of damage. And can she win this duel? I don't know. She might still get the enemy queen down. She's taking some damage from poison. She only has a sliver of health left. She's still taking damage. Enemy queen survives nonetheless, and Light Yagami now has a big problem to deal with in the core of the base, as that queen's gonna be popping away at balloons. Skeletons will help finish her off, and that is finally gonna be the answer that he needed. What's happening next in the raid though, because we only have a minute left to finish off this base, Kala?
Yeah, I saw the heal spells helped a couple of loots to survive, and the hound soaked up 3 or 4 red mines. That was lucky here for Yagami, because if the hound wouldn't have soaked them up, the loons would have died. But in the end, this is a triple, and Massive Attacks is continuing it. Then the third attack and the third triple here. Yagami, although, as you mentioned, the suicide hero dive. Oh, there's a Troll Tesla at 12, another one here. All the loons are pathing to the top, but it will be enough here, I guess. for him. Yeah, the king is going down. As you mentioned, the hero dive wasn't that successful in the end. The queen survived a bit in the core. Both sweepers helped a lot to prevent the loons to take out the core. But in the end, it is the triple here. 100% for Yagami of Massive Attack. And they are still in the lead by 1 star, Woody.
Very, very well done by Light Yagami there. And an interesting strat there by War, trying to drop that sneaky troll Tesla up in the top corner to deny the possibility of a 3-star, or at least slow things down in the attack. But they have not missed a triple yet. And Massive Attack have got the tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row, 3 stars for a total of 9 against the Pain, which has just missed 1 hit so far, ever so slightly behind. But that is a big gap to make up in a war like this, where the Town Hall 9 Retro Cup has just seen offense be the name of the game right now. You cannot slip up a single time and expect to have a war be easy to claim by any means. So still lots of hard work ahead for the Pain in the later stage of this fight, with 2 attacks left for either squad. But lots to be happy about for Massive Attack. They are playing by the rule, by their playbook, and they're doing it exactly as they should, Kale.
Yeah, indeed. And to have a look back here. Oh no, the next attack is in. Saitama for the Pain is in. Oh, and we see directly here in the beginning of the attack, it is a smash attack with 2 big golems. He's pushing in from 6 o'clock directly into the enemy queen. Expo at the Town Hall. First jump is down. He brought a heal spell with him. That's interesting. And another P.E.K.K.A in addition. Maybe he will send this P.E.K.K.A in with his hero dive. Or he's, having him a spare for some spots where he needs him. But this is interesting. So now the king is getting low, but he got his ability left. There is the last P.E.K.K.A going inside behind these heroes. The wizards and the queen are clearing those buildings within seconds here. He is going through this base in style. Outside, there's not much left standing. It's all about whether his troops can get down this enemy king here and this Expo in the end. He's still got the heal spell in his pocket, Woody. Where will he place it down?
Drops it right there on top of the attacking P.E.K.K.A, which is taking damage right now from that Expo. Still has lots of firepower from these P.E.K.K.As to charge through these walls. Now, I bet that this is going to be a 3-star. Just a matter of time chopping through and getting all the way around. Exterior Expo also makes quick work of that mortar and gives easy access for another wizard to stack into the fray. Just one kind of tricky positioning archer tower over on the left side there. Not going to get any firepower yet, as the wizards are still focused on that wizard tower. And it's another little bit of a slowdown here for Saitama. Finally knocking down Light Yagami's base. A triple for the Pain and bringing their star total up to 11 with a percentage destruction over 99%. But it is not going to be enough to come in over the top of Massive Attack, which still hold a spot of supremacy in this war.
Yeah, indeed. And Massive Attack, they know we need to triple the last 2 attacks, and this will be our victory. So I think they are not going for a fast attack or a risky attack. So I think they are trying to plan those attacks out to be a secured 3-star, because that is what they need after the Pain had the 97% 2-star in the first attack of the war. So yeah, they are in a good spot, but we know it all at this stage of the tournament, where it is going for the big prize pools. The pressure is on, and that is always a key or a factor for some outcomes here of those high-level wars. You need to have your nerves under control. And yeah, although Massive Attack has all on their side, they can do it from their own power. It is always, yeah, if you have your nerves under control.
Well, we'll see if they can keep it there for just 2 more hits. They've kept those triples coming so far, and I have every bit of faith that they will be able to continue to do so. It's the Pain who have got jitters now as they're biting their teeth, as they're sucking their thumbs. They're hoping beyond hope that they can hold on to a defense now against a Massive Attack squad that has only had 1 slip-up out of the past 3 wars. In terms of missing a 3-star, they have just really been turning the volume all the way up to 11 with this last round of strikes, and are going to try to do so once again. They have hit their stride and haven't shown any mistakes yet. But interestingly, we're going to see healers this time. I know Maxi called it earlier that we could possibly see a queen charge, and this one could conceivably go the distance. It's going to be a very long walk for her with those 4 healers to back her up. And only 1 Lava Hound and 16 balloons. Well, look at that, 11 wall breakers. That is going to be a lot of compartments to crack into for Devil.
Yeah, for sure, and that is what I hope for. Finally, Queen Charge Lalo, and I think they know, because they know they only need the 3 stars. They are not going for the quickest attack strategies, but now hopefully for the safe ones. There goes the king to funnel the queen inside the base. He's going directly into the Tesla farm. That is always good here. Of course, you mentioned it. He only brought 1 hound and 15 loons with him. Maybe a 2nd hound in the CC. But yeah, he tries to avoid those Tesla farms combined with some Redmine farms, for example. Now, he's opening up the T section here to get later on his wall breaks nearby the town hall done. There is the Hound CC slowing down his queen, but I think it's looking decent here for Devil. Let's check out whether he's going in from the top or the bottom side with his Lalo, Woody.
Rage on the bottom side to give that queen and her healers even more firepower as she pops the Lava Hound and is dealing with the pups now. Looks like there's a poison down as well to just make sure that she stays on task and continues that damage, because she has got to go awfully quickly and make short work of this big base that's still left. 1 minute and 20 seconds. As you mentioned, this is not the quickest attack style in the game. That queen is still extremely healthy, getting topped back off any chance those healers get to toss a little bit more magic her way. It's up to the Lava Hound and these balloons now spread out beautifully on the top right side of the space and progressing even further. 2 of those Lava Hounds, in fact, 1 packed away in the CC. And this queen acting as a tank now, soaking shots from the Expo to ensure that these balloons don't get into too much trouble. She's still only holding on to her hero power, but now's a good time to use it. And he does use it against that Dark Elixir storage and the enemy king. That is going to be some massive value for the Devil. And this is a guaranteed 3-star now, as there's no defenses left to stop it and no sneaky Teslas or anything to slow them down. This is going to be the triple that they were looking for, and a solid continuance of Massive Attack's destructive force in this war against Pain.
Yeah, incredible job here by Devil. And yeah, I want to point out what you mentioned here during the attack. Look at that. The queen is tanking both of those expos. That is huge here for his Lalo. So you know those expos are the most dangerous defense buildings at Town Hall 9. And if your Lalo attack isn't getting damaged by those expos, it's huge. And the queen took down so many defense buildings, created pathing for this Laloon. So in the end, I love those Queen Charge Lalo attacks like we did them by myself. I did them by myself back in the days. So thank you here to Devil, I guess was the name of the attacker, for bringing up this strategy here for us, Woody.
Absolutely, much appreciated to Devil, and showing a little bit of versatility. The ability to lock down a 3-star strike is just as important as being able to get an extremely important but also super quick 3-star strike when you think that it's coming down to the wire for a tiebreaker there. This is a squad that's showing a lot of great ability and different attack styles, building bases that are frustrating their foes and able to get a 2-star defense every now and again. Let's see if the last attack now from Pain is able to close it out strong and keep this war in contention. We've got Urvashi moving in next with yet another queen charge now to even the score. The rage is down now as Urvashi is moving over to that right side compartment to engage the enemy queen, and that is not going to be a hard battle at all. She'll pop her enemy down with no difficulty, continuing to push along this bottom right side with some additional wall breaker support to be able to crack through for this P.E.K.K.A. Smash strat. Interesting that it's a little bit of a different strategy, even though it's still a queen charge, that we are now switching off to P.E.K.K.A. Smash instead of switching off to Laloon, Kale.
Yeah, but we had those attacks back in the days too, so I don't know exactly if they were that overwhelming like the Queen Charge Lalo, but it was valuable. And yeah, maybe Urvashi saw that he could only with 2 healers and a rage spell take down both heroes. That was nice value in the beginning, and then go in here from the 5-6 o'clock side with those Packers and the king here. It's looking like a good path here. Look at that. Those jump spells are connecting perfectly all those compartments where those troops needs to get in here. Skeleton spell. Yeah, it's taking down the Expo. That is a nice touch here by Urvashi. And in the end, it looks like a crushing attack here, although he needs to pop the queen abilities, Woody.
Yeah, still has a couple of Teslas to worry about on the top side there. Queen ability has now been popped, but hopping over those walls and without any walls to have to actually tear down at this point, looks like Urvashi is just going to be finishing this one off for another clean, confident 3-star by the Pain. Just missing 1 single star this entire war. They're going to finish this war off with 14 stars total and a very high average destruction now, pushing upwards of, I want to say 99.4% overall. So just a 97% 2-star that we saw earlier from Arpita, but nonetheless, doing very, very well overall. We'll take one more quick look at the replay here for Urvashi's attack as those jump spells were able to clear so many little tiny compartments. It looks like such a densely packed base, but 2 jump spells were enough to get from that first compartment all the way to the other side of the map, Kale. That is some great planning there by Urvashi.
Yeah, and great stuff that the teams are shuffling up those strategies. So, a two healer walk into a P.E.K.K.A. Smash is something we didn't see before today. So great stuff here. But yeah, the Pain only can hope for the best now, because we know it. The Pain got a 2-star, 97%, and if Massive Attack gets in the last attack 98% 2-star or higher, they will win this match, this semifinal, and they will advance to the finals. And yeah, like they showed before, they tripling. And I don't know exactly if the Pain can hope here for the 2-star defense, but we will see, Woody.
Yes, we shall. I mean, they have to hope for a 2-star defense because that's the only thing that can keep them hanging on at this point. It was a 2-star, 97% for Arpita. So as long as Massive Attack can get a 2-star, 98%, they should have it secured. I do also see that the average time for attacks by the Pain were just 2 minutes. And so average attack time for Massive Attack was a lot longer than that, 2 minutes and 26 seconds so far. Not very likely to be a factor here, as it seems like Venom is either going to get that triple or die trying. But nonetheless, here we have the final strike and the last opportunity for the Pain's defenses to try to hold up against a Massive Attack squad that has yet to miss.
Yes, and Dark Venom is in. He is putting down the big golem really early here to tank this Expo for his wall break. 1 test wall break, and there goes the other 2. The wall is open. Now the queen needs to follow the king, which she is doing here perfectly. And the king should go inside in front of the queen, following the golem. This is looking good here. We know that the time is not an issue. Dark Venom is going for the 3 stars here. There is a giant bomb which is not causing any problems here for Dark Venom. He is looking good here with his hero dive, Woody.
Is indeed, and popping through with that hero ability now deployed over in that right corner. It's going to be a CC pull with a dragon and a baby dragon, Poison's going to be down to help them out, as those heroes are just going to be taking a little bit of damage as they start to poke on into that right side corner. But Dark Venom knows that as long as those enemy heroes go down, and yes, they do, and that Queen is just on point, those heroes have hardly taken any damage at all, Kala. They're like basically still at full health. How is that possible?
I don't know, this plan is so OP. And when he saw that there is a Tesla at 9 o'clock, he already, he directly sent a howl from there, which triggered 4 red mines. So at least only 2 or 3 loots died here in this hit at least. Wow. Both heroes are still alive. This is a crushing hit, Woody.
Not just the triple, but in style. With the 3-star guaranteed maximum attack, have done it again. Dark Venom sealing the coffin with that final nail, scoring another triple and a perfect war for massive attack. Pushing through on now to the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Town Hall 9 Retro Cup. They have only got one more battle to wait against Vintage 9 to see if they are going to be the team that takes the top spot and the $1,000 prize that goes with it, Kala.
Wow, wow, wow. Another perfect war, securing massive attack here, the place in the grand finals for this Town Hall 9 Cup in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Incredible stuff. They are so solid, so sovereign, and yeah, they are going for it all here. But now, yeah, they are in the big finals facing off against Vintage 9, which also got here due to perfect wars. So I think it is all happening in the next hour here. Yeah, Woody, here you see the bracket. What are your thoughts? What was your upset today?
Well, I don't know if there's any upsets. You know, I can't call it an upset if it wasn't a match that was at least played out here on screen. I guess maybe Obelisk taking the loss was somewhat of an upset. That's a squad that had been playing perfectly so far and even played perfect in their war against Massive Attack. They just played a little bit slow. So I'll give them the shout out. Obelisk, certainly a squad that could have taken it all the way to the finals as well. But like we said during that match, that was another match that could have easily been a grand finals performance, with both of those teams putting up perfect showings previously. So very excited to see how this finals does wind up. Massive Attack and Vintage 9 have both done extremely well on their way to the top and have left a lot of questions in my mind about which one of them is better. I think that they're very evenly matched. I know that you're going to be stepping away and won't be casting this one, so maybe I'll give you the last word before we hop away if you want to give your thoughts on this next match, Kala.
Yeah, Massive Attack surprised me. They were so solid here today in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, which we just saw. But the other team also, Vintage 9, sorry, I missed the name, Vintage 9 also was so incredibly strong today. I saw 2 matches of them. They were crushing. This is the highest level of Town Hall 9 competition. I'm really glad I can follow this here today with you guys at home. This is the Retro Cup Town Hall 9 from the Snapdragon Pro Series. The big final is coming up. We will have a short break, and then Eve, Maxi, and for sure Woody will take you through this final, and I cannot wait for this to start. So grab your snacks, grab a drink, and see you soon in, I think, 5 or 10 minutes.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And here we are, the moment you have all been waiting for. The Snapdragon Pro Series Town Hall 9 Retro Cup Grand Finals is here. My name's Woody, and it's a pleasure to be casting it alongside you. Maxi, are you as pumped for this one as I am?
I certainly am, because we have the two best teams of today's and yesterday's competition, the two best Town Hall 9 teams, and they're going to be battling it out in just a couple of minutes for the crown of Retro Cup number 9 in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. And on top of that, Woody, let's take another look at that prize pool, because the winner will get the bulk of it, while the second one will just get half.
Hey, still a nice prize to claim. $1,000 for first place, 500 smackaroos for second place, and of course we all know that our semifinalists already earned a $250 prize, as well as our quarterfinalists taking down $125. There's a $25,000 total prize pool for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 events, and this is just one among many. So if you want a chance to take a crack at one of the other Retro Cups or enter your squad into the open ladder for the next round of Town Hall 15 action, stay tuned and make sure to go head on over to the Snapdragon Pro Series website. You can find it very easily just by searching for Snapdragon Pro Series. There's not just Clash of Clans, but plenty of other games, including other Supercell titles that you can get into yourself. You'll get registered and get in easy peasy and be competing for the big bucks just like these other players. But enough of that. We know that everyone out there has been really excited for this next match because it is the final one of this event. These teams have been battling through dozens of opponents to get here today in a single elimination bracket that has seen them score plenty of perfect wars. And Maxi, this next one is guaranteed to be just as exciting as all the others because it's two teams that have had a perfect run so far.
That's absolutely right. We have Vintage 9 coming from semifinal number 1, and we have a Massive Attack that just got the victory in the match that you and Color casted with another perfect war. So I took a look at the path that both of these teams had into the finals, and in fact, out of 8 wars they had in total, they had just 1 war that was not a perfect war, and that was the very first war we showed today, where Vintage 9 hit 98% 2-star. So that was their single slip up in 20 attacks, while while Massive Attack didn't have any fail so far in the tournament. So that's what we're talking about. That's the consistency that these teams are bringing to the table. And as I'm talking about that, Woody, we know that time can play an important factor as well. And looking at the semi-final, Massive Attack won with a 1 minute 41 second average. The exact same average they had in the quarterfinal, but Vintage 9 in their 15-star perfect war today had a 1 minute 33 second average. However, in their other match, as I said, they had a 14-star war, so a fail. So anything can really happen in this final. If you would have to decide who you would give the edge between those two teams, from what you've seen today, what would you predict?
Wow, what a question to put me on the spot now. I mean, I've been watching Massive Attack and thinking that they've been behind before, especially going up against opponents like Obelisk, and then only denying 2 buildings against the Pain in their last war. But they've had perfect offense, and you know, Vintage 9 might have had perfect offense as well too, but I don't know. Has their defense been as strong? They've shut down Sapne pretty confidently. They took wins earlier on that were able to prevent opponents from taking, 15 stars all the way through. So I guess I might tilt a little bit toward Vintage 9 just because of their base designs. But I think that both of these teams have definitely got the possibility of scoring perfect wars. So if that's the case, a tiebreaker might favor Massive Attack, which has won a perfect war tiebreaker already today and is like primed and ready for that sort of position. But what do you think?
Yeah, you're making some good points there. However, I have one argument that you haven't said yet that would lean me in favor of Massive Attacks, and that is they did a Queen Charge Lalo attack. While you guys were streaming and I was watching, I finally saw it. The Queen Charge Lalo, the attack strategy we love so much at Town Hall 9. I mean, we have to say that we were in a position where they only needed to 3-star and the time didn't matter, but it was just so beautiful that I really fell in love with this team. So I would lean towards massive attacks for this final. However, I really, really wish that we will see a perfect v perfect. Both of these teams have shown that they have the potential to do that, and yeah, in my opinion, that would be the nicest way to finish this tournament today. But I think it would be a nice time to take another look at the lineups of both of those teams. So if we have them ready, that would be nice to take a look at who's actually going to be attacking for both teams.
Well, that sounds like a
or we'll do it from memory,
Maxi. But I mean, if you're not running production, I guess we just have to throw our hands up. I mean, let's just get ahead with the war. You know, I got an even better idea. Let's watch the match and learn their names on the fly as we go, because we've already sent the signal to these teams to start their war. So their engines are revved up and they are storming in. Here we go. We're already 20 seconds into the first attack by Light Yagami, and you can see it is going to be a Sui dive here from these heroes in the bottom corner, hopping over walls and getting the setup perfectly aligned for this triple Lava Hound balloon attack to move in afterwards. I guess that's a good strike because they can get 2 air defenses, and if they're able to take down that air sweeper as well, that's really good value for a push that can kind of go from the right side all the way to the left without even really having to worry about many air defenses or additional slowdown effects.
Yeah, I agree, and I wonder, okay, they probably had something in the clan castle to tank, like a golem or something. But yeah, at the moment, the queen is having a hard time of getting all the way into the core, and I think Light Yagami noticed that his kill squad just took a little bit too much time, and that is also why the jump spell runs out. You have to remember, at Town Hall 9, I think it only lasts for 40 seconds, and I think that Light Yagami is running into trouble at this point here. The loons have split very much, that the hound that's tanking is yeah, finally being killed for, and there are a lot of defenses still up.
Wow, well, this was an incredibly quick attack. The left side defenses are still looking a little bit scary, but pretty much full health Archer Queen and even a little bit of help from the supporting cleanup troops along the edges, I think should still be enough to finish this off. I hate to call it too soon, but she's looking quite strong, and as long as she doesn't get stuck on a wall while she's taking lots of damage from the cannon and Tesla. Oh, I don't know. She's taking a lot of shots now. If she gets the Tesla down,
take out the Tesla.
Misses the Tesla. That is crucial. If she had finished off the Tesla, it would just be ground defending buildings at that point, and the pups and minions would at least be able to clean up after they finished off those air skeletons. We are having a little bit of difficulty with the connection here, so it's not just your screen, it's ours too, and we are hoping and praying just the same as you that this end will be delivered to us momentarily. But Maxi, I think missing that last shot on the Tesla might be the end of this attack.
Yeah, I mean, the air skellies were, I think, a huge problem as well, as they killed not just balloons, but also the cleanup troops. But yeah, if the queen would have killed this Tesla, then I would have for sure called it a 3-star. This way, we really need a couple of minions or pups to survive and go right into the Tesla. I think he still has a chance, and the reason we saw the little gear there was because he force quit his game. But in my opinion, looking at how this is developing, I think it will at least be a time fail, even if he's able to take the Tesla out with the 3 troops that go there. Oh, no, it's so low. Woody, what is happening?
Brutal. It is not what you want to see on a clear, crisp Friday night. A sad finish for Light Yagami, just unable to finally finish off that last little Tesla up top. And it's a couple of bony boys still stabbing away at the wall, wishing that they could do more than just have a little pincushion fight with that big brick edifice. That is going to be a big miss for massive attack now, as Light Yagami's forces have been obliterated by an expertly positioned Vintage 9 base. that has denied the 3-star in this grand finals match when you could not need a triple anymore.
Yeah, we're going straight into the next attack because this took so long with the player force quitting that we're right into the next one. What I quickly wanted to add is I feel like there were a couple mistakes made. First of all, the plan. The plan was very unusual, and in my opinion, they were doing great with the attack strategies that they were using before it showed us. So it was probably a bad time to change things up. And then the second thing is the lava hound he sent from 6 o'clock through the compartment where his hero has already cleared everything. I think that was not ideal. He should have just played a regular Lalo throughout the L chip of the base. But enough of that. Now we concentrate on VRB's attack. It's a P.E.K.K.A smash going into the base and nicely connecting with the 2 jump spells almost every single compartment of this base. And so far, Woody, I think he's going through this base very strongly.
Yeah, that is a hard push right into the core. A lot of times you'll see these heroes kind of deviating off to the side and getting fired at multiple angles, but they have really just powered directly through the middle, and VRB's pathing has been perfect all the way throughout. These Wizards are very well protected on the edge sides, getting lots of DPS dumped into those defenses, and there's nothing left to stop them at this point. The last little balloon's going to float over this mortar, and with a couple more knocking down that Archer Tower, this was maybe the quickest P.E.K.K.A smash that I have seen from a Town Hall 9 attack all day today. That what was that? A minute and like 25 seconds, it looks like, to finish that thing off for a 3-star by Vintage 9.
Yeah, very, very convincing there. A great job, very many troops still alive, and also a very good timing, as you pointed out. Yeah, I don't really understand, or like, I'm sad about the start of Massive Attack. Like now, Vintage 9 just have to kind of play it safe. And also, remember, going into this, we were saying how they had 20 consecutive 3-star attacks, and now the first attack in the grand final is actually a miss from Massive Attack. And yeah, but still, I'm not that happy with the plan. It seemed a little bit too out of the box for me, while the regular plans had been working very well for them, just fine. But yeah, that's the situation we find ourselves in. Vintage 9 can play it safe now, so I wonder what they're going to do, because this attack was very fast, so it didn't seem like they were just going for a safe 3-star, you know? So we still have a record to be broken, you know? 1 minute 9 seconds. Maybe we'll get there.
You say they can play it safe. Does that mean you think that there's a chance that Vintage 9 could be busting out a queen charge of their own?
Oh, that's a very good question. I should hope so. Yeah, why not? Maybe they wait a little bit, because you never know if a build was built exactly against the entry you're choosing. But once they are sure, maybe after 3 stars, that's a very good idea.
All right. Well, we'll see if they are able to bring that queen charge to bear, just like you'd been hoping for. It's a reliable attack strategy. It can really go the distance to get those healers backing her up. And, well, she hasn't gone down yet with healers at her support. So, yeah, just looking for something that maybe isn't quite Lalo or P.E.K.K.A Smash, but I'm not even really sure that there are any more viable strategies now that you've excluded dragons, hogs, and witches from the bunch, huh?
Yeah, there's still maybe a mix of both. You could do a little kill squad with P.E.K.K.As and then a light Lalo towards the end of the attack, but that usually comes later on in a war, because you really need to dissect the base, I think, to come up with a plan like that.
In the ninth, the next attacker for Massive Attack, and will be striking the right corner of this base with a wall break entry point for 2 of these heroes back to back. King and Queen are going to be taking down air defense and wizard towers as best they can as they make their way in toward the core. Meanwhile, though, there is going to be no time wasted by End the Night, as the Laloon has already begun. Balloons floating through the right side have no problem at all, except for some air sweepers to slow them down a bit. Over on the left side, it's a bit of a different story, as Archer Towers and Wizard Towers are already still engaging, and that one lone air defense still on the top side is going to draw all 3 of those Lava Hounds still to the top. Big Black Bomb explodes one of them. A second one explodes soon thereafter, and that last Lava Hound is going to be just enough to provide all the cover that In the Night needs, because this is a clean and easy triple finish right now. 3-star, all but guaranteed, with still a swag heal that he could drop. What a hit,
Yeah, would be.
Maxi. I'm sorry. I think I casted the entire attack by mistake there.
Well, it was so quick. Who could blame you? I was just about to say that this heal spell that he has left, he probably should have given to his teammate there for the first attack. Then we would see a crisp 6 stars now for massive attack. But this way, unfortunately, they still have that one single miss. But at least they have shown, that they are not giving up. They're still in this. They're still giving it their all. They're still 3-starring and they're doing it fast. So maybe they can put a little bit of pressure onto Vintage 9.
Well, that is some brilliant Yeehaw energy. You'll love to see it in the grand finals. Bring in the best show that we can. A super strong La Lune strike by In the Night finishes off with another 3-star conclusion. And hold on to that swag heal. Not even just a swag like poison or a skeleton spell like we had seen before, but an entire heal spell ready to drop and not even needed. Because the planning was just so on point and that base could not stand up to what was coming at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job. And that's exactly the type of approach you need for those bases. And even though he took his time at the beginning just a little bit to make sure the funnel was set perfectly for those heroes to go in, with a nice Lalo execution, you will still finish with a fast attack. So yeah, once again, that kill squad that the first attacker brought was maybe a little bit into the unusual, especially with the jump spell into the base. Because what a jump spell does with a kill squad is it makes your attack slower, because you have to take out a lot more buildings to get into the base so that the jump spell does have actual value. So in my opinion, with most of the Lalo approaches we saw today, actually using the heroes just in one of the compartments rather than jumping them too far into the base has proven to usually have better value to set up a Lalo attack.
Sage advice and good things to keep in mind, not just for Town Hall 9, but as you progress in the war as well. Planning those Lalo attacks is a skill that you will get rewarded for from Town Hall 9 and onward, because that is still definitely in the meta in the top levels of the Clash of Clans scene. So get good with Lalo and listen to Maxi if you want to know how it's done. But we've got more attacks coming up next, as we will try to get a chance for Vintage 9 to hold on to their lead, as Massive Attack need to try to pick back up off of an early misstep. Missing just a few buildings there, but as we have seen time and again, that is all it takes to take a big drop in your performance. I'm taking a look also at the time used for these attacks so far, and I see a 2-minute 12-second average for Massive Attack with that 2 minute and 54 seconds 2-star strike that let Yagami put up. Another little bit of bad news for them there, that the attack got done so slowly. But additionally, now we are going to be going back to Vintage 9 again, where Salvatore's got an opportunity to try to keep this score up and above what Massive Attack have shown so far. 3 Lava Hounds and 20 balloons ready to rain down some Hellfire on this base. You see those air defenses spread out quite well on the right side. Once again, kind of have that row of 3, and then one of them additionally offset in this sort of checkerboard pattern. Is there anything particular about this base that stands out to you as a potential problem for Salvatore's attack as he's getting set up now?
I mean, no, actually, to be honest, because the start has been so clean there. He took out the enemy queen with no problem. Now his own queen is shooting away at the hound with no damage on her, so he'll even be able to take it out and still have the queen survive. And then he has a heal spell to get through the core of the base. So all the threats that this base poses, I think he has some recipe to take care of. And with the heal spell hopefully now deployed in the core of the base. No, okay, Salvatore is not hearing me.
You're asking for it.
Come on, okay, is it too late?
Red bombs.
Yeah, too late!
Down
Too late!
all of the balloons.
Oh, wow, Woody. We've got ourselves a war. This is not going to be enough, because the hound is popping in a second, and there's splash damage, there's point defenses, and this is a huge setback for Vintage 9, and it means that now the turns have tabled. Massive Attack only need to 3-star, and they will win this war. Wow!
Thank you for that, Michael Scott. Thank you for that. But yeah, I mean, you're seeing just the sort of mistake that players have made now with dropping a Troll Tesla over on the left side of the map with just a few air bombs out there. If you can catch a gigantic chunk of balloons all with your air bomb madness on the inside of the base, you can turn this attack not just from a 3-star into a potential 99%, but from a 3-star to a 73% 2-star. Vintage 9 are going to be reeling from that. They have been scoring 3 stars back to back to back to back since the beginning, and now they're going to miss against a massive attack squad that admittedly has also missed a 3-star, but came much more close to putting on that finishing blow.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's easy to say now, but the big problem was that he put the rage first and then the heal. Because of the rage, the loons were moving so quickly that they were triggering all of the red mines at the same time. But of course, I mean, I don't know, if he hadn't used the rage, this exact same thing could have happened. So in the end, it was really, really good base building. So that's what led to the miss in this attack. And even I was saying, looking at the attack, okay, he's looking as if he's fine. The start of the attack was perfect. There was no major execution error, but just the foresight of the base builder caused this attack to fail and caused this war to be open and actually be in favor of massive attack as of right now.
Well, this is quite the impressive turnaround for Vintage 9 to be able to pull off this upset defense against a squad that has done extraordinary work on offense so far. Massive Attack is really not the sort of squad that you would expect to be taking the L here, but that is exactly what happened with a gigantic trap deploy that went perfectly according to plan. Seemed like it was not just even set up over on that corner to try to like catch an entry point, but to like catch the backside balloons that were floating across from past the middle. That trap placement could not have gone any better for Massive Attack, and they now have the commanding spot in this war with only a few more attacks left for both squads. Could go either way still, and I would be excited to see another defense, as strange as that may sound, but it's going to be Dark Venom's chance to hit back now, as Indio 7 has got the Lava Hounds coming out first this time instead of letting the heroes get their work done.
He's going all out. He's going just for time. He's letting the heroes walk all around this left side so that it's going to be a quick attack. But I think that they know this base. We've seen this base before, I think even 2 times. And it was failed against. And the last time we saw a P.E.K.K.A smash against it. Now this time around we see a Lalo. And in my opinion, Dark Venom is looking really good. He only needs to deploy the Skelly spell onto the Queen, and then he will be fine. And this is a very fast attack. I don't think it's going to be the fastest attack we've seen today, but amazing job here definitely from Dark Venom. And I love when these players start with the Lalo. It just means they have so much confidence in this plan working. And as I'm talking, this attack is running out around 1 minute and 10 seconds. That's incredible.
Yeah, not even a question mark for this base. Dark Venom has just obliterated it and wiped it off the face of the Clash world. 3 stars and a 100% now, once again for Massive Attack. Missing a little bit earlier on in the war, but coming back yet again strong with not just big hits, but a strong defense against Vintage 9. And you can clearly say that it's not just one aspect of their play that has got them the lead so far. It is a big pickup from that additional percentage strike to now continuing on through the mid-war with another perfect 3-star hit. Massive Attack have got a clear reason why they're coming down from the bottom now. They are not just a squad that can play quick. They're not just a squad that can play slow and steady. They're a squad that can also save their best bases and their cleverest designs until the very end, moving their traps around, making sure that their opponents can't get a clean, easy read on what they've set up, and then they're just wiping the board when they least expect it.
Yeah, and now we find ourselves in a situation where Vintage 9 needs a 3-star to keep up with their opponents while not even able to match the score. Even if they 3-star, they will have the same amount of stars, but they will still be in the back concerning or regarding percentage. So it's like for me, or in my opinion, psychologically, if I were in their spot right now, it's a very hard situation because they have to keep the motivation up to still, you know, keep their chances alive, but at the same time they know they cannot win anymore from their own power, if you know what I mean. Like that's out of their control. They're relying on their opponent failing. Of course, it has been the other way around just a couple minutes ago, but that makes it even harder for Vintage 9 to find themselves in that position.
Yeah, you always want to be in the commanding spot and trying to push yourself forward rather than having to just cross your fingers and hope that the bases somehow can stop your opponents, because that is not what you want to be counting on at all this late in the war against a team that has been putting up perfect wars in the past and might have missed once against your base, but are they really going to miss twice? That is a lot to ask from your base builders, and expecting anything short of just triple after triple coming at you is going to be crossing your fingers and hoping beyond hope. So the Snapdragon Elite Gaming Pro Series Season 4 for Clash of Clans will be concluding with this Retro Cup Town Hall 9 for the night. Our grand finals performance will leave one team with $1,000, and so far it's looking like the advantage is tipping in Massive Attack's favor. Can Vintage 9 keep their heads held high? They need a 3-star right now just to be behind by a little bit. Tough break for them with that last hit, but the trap placement by Massive Attack was certainly worthy of commendation, and I'm just eager to see if they can pull the same sort of hit off again. Vintage 9 now pushing into the core with a jump spell. IPC using that hero duo on the bottom corner to make a big chunk in the base, but a slow down effect from that enemy CC as the Lava Hound finally pops and has kept that Archer Queen a little bit further behind than IPC may have wanted.
Yeah, I think we've seen this base as well before. What I don't really understand is why IPC used the Lava Hound there at the start. Maybe checking for Teslas or some kind of traps, but 30 troop space for just that is a little expensive. However, looking at the space, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 P.E.K.K.A.s still alive. A very healthy looking queen with ability still intact in the core of the base. So damage wise, this is 100% going to be a 3-star Woody. The time doesn't really matter at this point, I think, because like the probability of having a tie in the end on percentage has decreased a lot since both of these teams have failed with different percentages already. But GG to IPC, overwhelming 3-star. I think we've rarely seen so much troop space still alive at the end of an attack today.
A glorious finish, and yet again another super strong quick strike here now from IPC with, as you mentioned, not just time on his side but also plenty of troops still left on the battlefield. If only this were builder base and he could just send them on to the next attack, but not going to happen this time. Can't send them on, can't take them with you. Just got to be satisfied with the 3-star at this point. And Vintage 9 have done all they can out of the mid-war now, and just got to hope that the end phase of this war, with 2 attacks left for each team, is going to be an opportunity for them to get a defense and to keep that pressure going strong, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they need. And they showed that they still have got it. You know, it's not like they're losing motivation or they're, you know, tired because they have played for so long today. Quite the opposite. They're still showing amazing attacks. This was a 1 minute and 32 seconds, I think. Yeah, so a very, very quick one as well. Even with the maybe swagged Hound, I still don't know. Maybe someone of you guys at home in the chat can let me know why this Hound made sense there in IPC's attack. But for sure, they're not giving up. They still want to take home the crown. They want to take home the $1,000. And we still have 2 attacks per team yet to see. And anything can still happen, as both of these squads have proven in just this war.
Yes, indeed. Lots left on the table here, so don't blink or you might miss it. There's 4 more attacks, 2 from each team left, and things could really quickly turn the other way here. But as it stands so far, Vintage 9 and Massive Attack both have earned a spot in the grand finals and have given it their all so far, just missing 1 star each. Are they going to be able to finish strong with 4 more triples to come? That would keep the pacing of the war as it has been so far. But hey, we could just as easily see another 2-star, or as we saw earlier today, a 1-star miss has happened. That could really turn the tides in a very quick manner. And with the pressure so high to be scoring triples, the possibility of a 1-star miss grows even higher, Maxi.
Yeah, for sure. With so much on the line, there is definitely the possibility of that. Now, Tulin coming in for massive attack, finding a giant bomb and a Tesla farm very early on, but that is because we have seen this exact same base being hit already 2 times. Color pointed it out when we were casting the last match of Vintage 9 against Midnight Madness, and this base was 3-starred with, I think, this exact approach, and it doesn't seem like Salvatore changed anything in this base, which is quite surprising to me. But okay, let's just see. Maybe there are more giant bombs in the core or something that can still go wrong. For now, it's the queen should really move in, but I think she will after taking out this Tesla, and then it's about how well Tulin can push through the core of this base.
Jump spell should be all Talyuin needs to be able to jump over these walls and into that big core compartment, but that's going to be a lot of incoming damage if it's a direct entry point. Much safer now to get that Expo taken down and to kind of curve around counterclockwise across the edge of this base. These P.E.K.K.A.s just aren't really cooperating though, and the hops are not going over the walls the way that Talyuin had hoped for. Jump spell does not last as long as Talyuin had hoped for. And with that, the queen is stuck on a wall now. The P.E.K.K.A.s are confused on the outer edge, now just chopping away and not making their way toward the bottom. I think that this still might somehow be able to salvage a 3-star, but it is not a clean one, Maxi. What is your read on the situation so far?
Yeah, I agree 100%. Especially with the 2 air defenses in the core of the base still alive, he cannot make use of this baby dragon that he still has left there, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. So what he has to do now is wait for these P.E.K.K.A.s to go all the way around, beat through a wall, and hopefully they will get somewhere in time before the queen so they can tank for her. Yes, indeed, they tanked the first cannon. And then, yeah, he should definitely be getting the 3-star because there's not enough damage in this base to deny him finishing all of the buildings. Now he has to wait until the queen, or just before the queen finishes the air defense, he has to send the baby dragon onto the archer tower, and then he's fine. There we go.
Last shot is good, and Talyuin keeps the 3 stars coming. Finally finishes off that last cannon there, and massive attack will keep those 3 stars up on the top. Vintage 9 are in a lot of trouble now as they've got a big amount of ground to cover, and Talyuin is not going to give any of it away.
That's right. And even though this attack was a little bit on the slower side, it doesn't matter at this point for them. They just need to triple out. And in fact, after this 3-star, it's just one more attack for massive attack. And this is going to be Devil. And if he is able to 3-star the last attack as well, then there's nothing that Vintage 9 can do. However, we saw in this very attack here how things can go wrong a little bit. And, you know, there's also the possibility of a time fail. We saw a couple of attacks that were around 2 minutes 45 seconds today. That's when most of the troops die. But you have just a couple that are able to finish the remaining buildings. But if there are so few troops and the buildings have so many hit points that the time is just not enough for them to finish all of them off, then that will result in a time fail. And that is also a possibility. It's something that we haven't seen today, but who knows?
Well, if the queen gets deployed early, as she often has with a lot of these raids, and gets to maximize that damage throughout the entirety of those 3 minutes, it's pretty rare that you would get a time fail with her still standing up at the very end. So I think that so far we've seen strong strikes from massive attack, and even when, as you just saw in that last attack, they kind of miss or they go off in the wrong direction, they're still able to pull off the 3-star. And at this point, that's all they need. One more solid confirmed 3-star will get them the win. They can even just kind of free roll basically this defense against Phenol right now, hoping to maybe get a 2-star defense, but still, even if they get tripled, massive attack are still in a strong leading spot with just one more win left on the board to confirm their ultimate victory. But Phenol's now going to be collapsing in with a very rapid hit. A lot of loons are going to be soaking up at the top side, and the air defenses are not going to be able to slow them down at all. This attack has gone extremely quickly once again, Maxi.
Yeah, honestly, I think they're just going for quick attacks now. And I think this is going to be a record set. I think this is going to be the fastest attack that we've seen all day and maybe in all of the tournaments. Come on, Loon Split to the right. Yes, he got it. Queen ability, he's already used it. I think this is it. This is the new record. Let's go! Last building. 1 minute 3 seconds.
Oh.
Wow.
New record set by Phenol of Vintage 9. What? A confirmed 1 minute 3 second 3-star. I had to look that up just to make sure it was still on the record. And it has.
You just realized production wasn't even ready with the replay because it just went by so quickly. It was humanly impossible to prepare a replay of that attack in time.
Well, here it is. You can try anyways. This is when I was still preparing to set up for this attack. And then I was like, oh my God, wait, no. Half the base is gone and the balloons are floating over with no problems at all. Phenol just dumped it all on the line and scored the triple of the entire tournament with a 1 minute and 3 second 3-star strike.
Yeah, the perfect splits there in the end of the balloon. So every single building got taken down. I mean, of course, I don't know if there's kind of a record of all the attacks ever done, but this probably was the one of the fastest, if not the fastest attack ever done in a tournament with max Town Hall 9s. Yeah, exactly. So a tournament situation and a max Town Hall 9. I mean, of course, if I go now with a rushed account and you go with your max Town Hall 9, you will triple it easily in 30 seconds or whatever. But in this situation, I at least have never seen an attack as fast as that. And I mean, that is in the final of a $2,500 prize pool tournament. So definitely GG here to Phenol.
Yeah, a clear and convincing finish. Just obliterated that base with little resistance. I wonder if it was a mixture of planning or familiarity with the base, or just wanting to get it over with and feeling that this was going to work. So just drop it all in. But it was a collapsing effort from the outer edges that just finally closed in and wiped the map clean. Nothing left to be desired with a beautifully planned and expertly executed attack there. Congrats. Yeah.
Yeah. I think everything about this attack was aiming at a quick time. Just the zaps, the king right behind that, and just the queen and the king on opposite sides of the base, so they could take different parts of it and so on. Everything was about that, and I think you're absolutely right. It was probably also the situation that they were like, okay, whatever. Since we are probably going to lose this final, let's just go all in for an insanely fast attack. But anyways, now it is about who will get the tournament victory, Woody. Devil coming in, attacking Phenol actually, with this final attack. And if he's able to 3-star, they will win the Town Hall 9 Retro Cup in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 low. So let's see how it unfolds.
That's right. 3-star guarantees victory, but even a high percentage 2-star could still leave a pretty solid opportunity. They have a big percentage advantage over Vintage 9. So if they both miss in their last round of attacks, Massive Attacks still have the favored position. But they are going to be going in from the opposite side of the Town Hall, so you can certainly expect this is going to be a 3-star attempt. Catching those Teslas early is a little bit of a dicey positioning here now, as the balloons really need to get the pathing over and finish those off. Yes, they do. They're going to be kind of still spread out in a very nice way. Haste spell is going to get them right onto the target. There's still a tricky wizard tower over on the right side of the base there, but it looks like the balloons are going to path on in there as well. And this is a smashed base, 3 stars for the Devil.
Yes, that is it. Massive Attack take home the victory. Devil has done it. the 14-star war, the first setback for them, the first war that was not a perfect war, but it was enough to be better than their opponent, and that is what matters. Massive Attack win the Town Hall 9 Retro Cup #1 for this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. Congratulations.
Very, very well done. And still 2 unpopped towns with that last strike too. Devil has got a diabolical approach to making this work. And Phenol, even with a phenomenal hit out of that last attack, the bases just cannot hold up against the indomitable Massive Attack victory that is now confirmed. They are the winners of the Snapdragon Elite Gaming Pro Series Retro Cup. Just like you said, I'm repeating you at this point, Maxi, but it is just a massive feat to have that on their resume now. And they don't even have to worry about this next attack because they've already got it secured. It's going to be a walk-away opportunity for Vintage 9 to show their skills one more time. But they are going to be finalists. They are second place in this event and will get a $500 prize as opposed to the $1,000 prize earned by Massive Attack for this victory. Now, make sure if you're interested in competing just alongside these teams at the top levels of the Clash of Clans pro scene, you can compete not just as a Town Hall 15, but also in Retro Cups and other varied events like this one. Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series has got more to sign up for and more exciting events to learn about, which we will be continuing to cast as well as award awesome prizes for. So we hope that you'll sign up not just in Clash of Clans, but in other games as well. And subscribe, follow along here, and continue to watch all the action. We love chatting with y'all as we get a chance to see what you're saying about the games over on Twitch or over on YouTube or wherever you may be watching. So big thanks also to Eric One High for dropping by and saying hi. Good to see you again, sir. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you again very shortly. But Maxi, I know we have one more attack left. Is Vintage 9 going to close it out in style and get that triple? Or are we just going to be left at the end with a Massive Attack double massive victory?
I'm pretty sure that they're going to be giving it a try. Maybe they're changing troops a little bit. I guess they might go for another quick attack. Okay, let's see. We'll have the answer right now. It's Lucifer, and yes. This setup of the attack definitely looks like he wants it to be quick, but he needs to zap quick then as well. Okay, there we go. Already took 6 seconds. We really have to count each second. He has not deployed the king or queen yet, but he's starting with the Lalo off, and that's definitely something that can make an attack quick, but he needs to get these heroes down as well. Come on, Lucifer, do it. King and queen on the 6 o'clock side, and then this can be a very, very fast one.
Well, we've got the Bringer of Light attacking the King of Darkness. Lucifer and the Devil are in the arena now as we have molten lava melting around this awful display of terrible power. Excellent skill shown by both attackers and defenders, but it looks like Luciferian might will deliver the day as the offense is finally going to make their way across the last corner of this base. Lots of balloons still up, and I don't want to call it too soon because we've seen red bombs completely obliterate a base before, an attack before. But a nice little spread between these 2 balloon packs will provide additional insurance and security against that possibility. And it looks like Lucifer has done it. A 3-star is gonna be secured in another very rapid attack, Maxi.
Yeah, it was a great try there in doing a fast attack. He got a little bit unlucky there with the Hound coming out in the end, but it didn't even matter anymore. Definitely an overwhelming 3-star. So once again showing what Vintage 9 can do. And I mean, they have given us great entertainment today. It was a pleasure to witness them compete here today. Great stuff by you guys. Thank you. Commiserations to you, but you still end up as the runner-ups of this Town Hall 9 Retro Cup. Great job. And by the way, about this attack, I think he should have started or he needed to start the heroes way earlier if he wanted to be as quick as Phenol was before. But I mean, that at least that is the title that Vintage 9 take home. They have the fastest attacker among their team, and here we have the final result once again.
Congratulations to Massive Attack, champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 Retro Cup for Town Hall 9. They earn a $1,000 prize and our adulation as the best Town Hall 9 team in the game. Vintage 9 taking off a quick loss here in the finals, but coming ever so close to clutching that coveted title. They still get a grand total of $500 prize for their performance here today, so we congratulate them as well. Of course, there were plenty of semifinalists that were also very, very close. Give a shout out to Midnight Madness and The Pain, which made it very far in this tournament as well. But dozens of teams competing and lots of expertly skilled players looking for that spot on the top. Today, it belongs to one and only. It belongs to Massive Attack. So congratulations to them, and thanks also to Kale, who was casting with us earlier today, and the rest of the ESL crew who have done an excellent job at keeping us on point and playing for the win. Our admins have been doing some great work in the background as well, keeping all the players on task. So thanks to them. The players, of course, as well, who've been preparing for these matches for weeks, if not years, as Town Hall 9 players. And also to the players out there who are just watching, learning, getting a chance to cheer on their favorite squads and get a little bit of clash in action here on a Friday night. But it's been a pleasure casting alongside you, Maxi, and I'll give you another chance to say goodbye before we finish things off. Oh, but here's our MVP.
Yeah, here's our MVP, and it is indeed Final from Vintage 9. Final 9, even his name shows his love for Town Hall level 9. And I think it's great to have him as the MVP, as in the end, his team was not able to take the crown in this tournament, but he was able to take the crown as the fastest Town Hall 9 attacker. Maybe in all time yet, in forever, but at least definitely in this tournament. And I remember that in the last Town Hall 9 Retro Cup, we had a 1 minute 17 second hit was as the fastest 3-star. Today, that was on another level. We even had 2 1 minute and 9 second 3-star, and now Final like really going into different dimensions of Town Hall 9. So we can only fantasize about what the next Town Hall 9 Retro Cup has to bring. But before we go to that, we will have the Retro Cup at Town Hall 12 just next week. So if you're a Town Hall 12 or have some friends that are, definitely tell them or sign up yourself. We want to see you. We want to cast you next week. And if you're not playing, come watch us once again. If you enjoyed the content today, join us next week and we will have Town Hall 12 action for you. It was a pleasure, Woody. You said it before. Thank you to Color. Thank you for production. But most of all, thanks to you guys at home. You're the best. It's great that you always stick with us. We had so much fun today, and we're going to be having even more fun over the next couple of weeks, because Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 is not over yet. The best is yet to come, another Town Hall 12 Retro Cup, and the open ladder in Town Hall 15. So we will see you in the next streams. Thank you for watching, and clash on!
Put me in, coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. coach, I've been going hard.